Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the 2026 discussions of the Township of Tiny budget. We will reconvene the meeting at 12:30 p.m. Moved by Councillor Wama, seconded Councillor Brunel. All those in favor? Thank you. So, Deputy CIO, we'll get back to where we left off at asset management, I believe, unless there's something else you want to bring up from yesterday. Anything that, any questions, comments anybody have from yesterday's discussions? So, I don't think we need to
If I
recap
may,
it per se,
yeah,
but
I'll just do a quick recap.
if you like,
and,
sure, you don't
we
have
do have
to.
one follow-up. So,
Okay.
so just to recap for the sake of the public and those that are watching online, yesterday we discussed basically the overview of the 2026 operational budget, including remuneration. We went over debt financing and our annual repayment limit. We also went through our assessment, our tax assessment, and the tax dollar impacts, and what the blended rate means for the proposed blended rate tax rate increase means for the average assessed home, and an assessment of $100,000. And then we went over the funding gap tracking list for all of the operational items. So today, we're going to be going through the rest of the budget, hopefully, and we'll be starting with asset management and how it relates to the capital budget. And then we'll do a quick overview of the capital budget as well as departmental summaries. Then we'll just jump in and do a quick review of the reserve forecast, including just going over the highlights of where we're forecasting our ending balances. And then we'll go over to the funding tracking list, the funding gap tracking list, to review all of the capital projects. Marley is actually away today. She's not feeling well, so I am going to present the asset management piece instead of her. So we are going to start on page, let me just bring it up. 188. We have some slides to go along with it. So I'm just going to do a quick recap of the 2025 asset management plan highlights. We submitted the asset management plan update in early 2025 in July, which corresponds with the legislation regulation 588-17. This included the state of infrastructure for all of our assets and the proposed levels of service, which council chose to remain the same as our current levels of service. We also updated the growth impacts as well. As identified in that corporate services report, CSFIN 00725 in July, the levels of service and life cycle cost requirements for the management plan update was again approved using the proposed life cycle costs equal to the current levels of service. The asset portfolio data, categories, segment, financial strategy, replacement cost, average annual requirements, and the growth forecast remained unchanged in the 2025 asset management plan. As stated in the asset management plan, we still have a $342 million replacement cost, which is the same as in 2024. And based on both assessment condition and age-based analysis, 62% of our infrastructure is in fair or better condition. Overall, our condition assessment data that was available on 60% of our assets, and that is for that 62%. For the remaining 40%, age was used to estimate the condition. So as we all know, aging assets require maintenance, rehabilitation, and replacement. And as recommended by the asset management plan, $11.6 million annually is the target to maintain current capital rehabilitation and/or replacement needs for our township's asset portfolio. It should be noted that the average estimate does not include inflation, service level improvements, or new additions to the asset portfolio. As discussed, following Council's review of the 2025 Asset Management Plan, staff committed to bring forward an updated asset management plan in 2026 that will include revisions to the financial strategy, incorporate the annual investments we've made since 2024, adjust replacement costs based on condition assessments completed since 2024 as well. The 2026 AMP will also present Council with a revised targeted investment strategy to ensure the effective maintenance of the township's assets and to eliminate the infrastructure gap. So how does this asset management program support our capital budget? The asset management data can be utilized to provide general direction with respect to capital spending. Again, asset management is about making informed, evidence-based decisions to help guide and allocate limited resources effectively and prioritize infrastructure investments. As we stated, an annual recommended reinvestment of 11.6 is our target to maintain current capital rehab and replacement needs. And that 11.6 million is further broken down by asset category and segment in the asset management plan. This 2026 budget in relation to asset management is on capital investment at the asset category level. The capital budget, as you will see, is presented by functional department. Therefore, to provide clarity on the departmental project and the asset management plan, each project has been assigned to a corresponding asset management category and segment, which allows for a financial comparison to the suggestions from the asset management plan category and its average annual spending recommendations. As previously done last year, the asset management plan is a tool to provide clarity between the proposed 2026 projects and their relationship to asset management. So I'll just go over a quick definitions of how the relationships to asset management work within our budget. So a supported asset means that the proposed capital project is for a replacement of an existing asset in the portfolio, and the asset condition has a condition of poor or very poor. So for example, an asphalt road with a condition of 10 or very poor. Not supported means that the proposed capital project is for the replacement of an existing asset, and the existing asset has a condition of fair or better. So staff have reviewed any not supported assets items, and if the capital project has been included in the budget, the item has been evaluated by staff and deemed necessary. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't valuable, an asset that needs to be replaced, just according to the data that we have in our asset management database, that at this point in time, it's deemed as not supported. A level of service improvement to an existing asset means that the proposed capital project is for the replacement of an existing asset that's in poor or worse condition, but will provide additional output. So it's typically when a like-for-like replacement is not applicable. So example would be a playground replacement with a more robust equipment that meets accessibility standards. So a level of a service addition to an asset portfolio means that the asset is brand new. So it's not in the current asset portfolio, but will provide an increased level of service to residents. For example, a new beach groomer that we don't already have. Addition to an asset portfolio means it's a brand new asset. So in this case, an addition is reference to projects within the water network, as the water network is a user-rated fund. It's not referenced to be a level of service improvement to residents, as only water users are impacted. And that would be, a good example would be the water meters. And then a reserve allocation means the allocation of funds to a reserve that's dedicated for a capital asset reinvestment in a future year. Since a reserve allocation can be split up and used across projects that can be within different asset categories, without knowing the exact place that reserve is going to be used in the future, it's very difficult to identify in one of the other previously mentioned relationships. So for example, the fire capital reserve, it could be used towards a fire capital project that's replacing personal protective equipment, or it could be used for a fire tanker truck. So when looking at the proposed capital projects as reinvestment back into the asset portfolio, we only look at projects that fall under the supported or the level of service improvement to an existing asset. And this is because in addition to the asset portfolio is not a reinvestment into the repair, maintenance, or replacement of the current asset portfolio. And therefore, any additions should not be considered into meeting the target for the average annual requirements. For this analysis, an assumption has been made that the reserve allocation funds will be used to fund the repair, maintenance, and/or replacement of existing assets. However, it's not always the case. If a reserve allocation were to be spent on an addition to the asset, that should not be factored into the calculation for the funding of the average annual requirement. Next slide. The proposed projects that have been identified as supported or level of service improvement to an existing asset or reserve allocation combined to approximately $16.3 million, which is 141% above what the asset management plan targets as our reinvestment requirement. The 2026 draft budget once again demonstrates a significant investment into the rehabilitation of the township's portfolio. It should be recognized that while this does help to identify only the projects that are a replacement of an asset currently in the asset portfolio, it does not represent the additions that are also in motion and supported by council's strategic priorities. For example, the Township of Tiny Administrative Center and the installation of water meters. So we've also included another table that shows an addition to the overall asset portfolio, some of which were previously endorsed by council and some which are proposed projects. It's important to look at this information carefully because an addition to the asset portfolio will also increase the annual average requirement for reinvestment in future years. So in summary, the 2026 capital expenditure for reinvestment into existing assets listed as supported, level of service improvement to an existing asset, and reserve allocations have a total gross of $16.3 million, or 141% above the average annual requirement. If all new additions to the portfolio are approved in the capital budget as proposed, it will increase the average annual requirement for asset management investment by $281,000 or 2.4% annually. And that this analysis does not include any of the projects that are currently listed on the funding gap tracking list. If items on the funding gap tracking list are to be approved, additional analysis to identify the increase to the average annual requirement would be required. I'll just pause it there and if there's any questions on asset management.
Any questions so far, Council? Councilor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Thank you, Deputy CAO. When we're talking about the AMP, we'll go with this one here, the 2.3% year over year, is that considered an operational cost or a capital cost?
We would consider that a capital cost.
Thank you.
Comments, questions? Councilor Brunel.
Good to you, through you, Chair, to Director LeBlanc. Thank you. On figure 18, it shows that other non-core is quite significant compared to the total. Can you explain what other non-core includes?
Director LeBlanc.
So the other non-core, and I will seek clarification from Marley when she's back, is mainly related to the water assets. And for this budget, that 10.696, I believe, is mainly related to the water infrastructure. So let me clarify that with her when she's back. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but definitely we'll get that answer for you.
Perfect, thank you. Councilor, anything else? Yep, no follow-up.
Okay.
Yeah, probably a follow-up related. Figure 17 shows that the water network, the percentage in 2026 investment to the average annual requirement is 525%, which is probably, again, very significant compared to the other ones. Can you talk about this for a little bit? Why such a significant increase there?
Sure. I will show you as we move into the capital budget that there is one significant project that's in there that's worth $6 million, and it is dependent, excuse me, on a grant of $4.5 million. So there is a huge project that's within the water capital budget.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Deputy CEO? Okay. Please continue.
Okay, we're going to jump into the capital budget, and we'll just do an overview before we get into the summary. So this starts on page 195. So again, the township's capital budget has been prepared with substantial consultation with all budget managers, operations supervisors, lead hands, and we are using several planning tools, including the street scanning condition information and pavement condition index through StreetLogic's road scanning asset management tool, biannual engineered bridge inspections and asset and assessment reports, fire building condition assessment audit, which was prepared in 2014 by the township's engineering consultant, and this report is only updated as it's required. The fire fleet plan that's based on estimated useful lives of vehicles and insurance underwriter requirements. Water financial plan through the 5-year plan and annual council regulatory reporting. The township's 2024 asset management plan, now updated to 2025, and council, resident, staff, and committee recommendations. The capital budget process remains challenging due to numerous competing priorities and limited funding to accommodate all project recommendations and requests, asset management objectives, and the 20-year capital forecast that was provided to council earlier this year. After extensive discussion, staff have prioritized the most urgent projects within this capital budget, identifying recommended funding sources, and presenting both pre- and post-adjustment summaries in the long-term capital plan to align with council's direction of a blended tax rate increase of no more than 4 to 4.3%. So as I mentioned yesterday in the overview, we have provided the original 2026 capital that was presented to council with the 2027 beside it, and then the revised 2026 and 2027 capitals to show the deferrals and changes that were made. Following the preparation of this draft budget, additional projects and capital adjustments again have been incorporated into the funding gap list, including the recognition of a $340,000 surplus taxation levy resulting from the township no longer funding the township's portion related to the Midland Wastewater Treatment Plant project. Just going to go over the capital funding sources. At the blended tax rate increase built into the 2026 budget, at 3.95%. The overall gross capital investment is budgeted at $27.6 million, including the investments that are made into various reserves, which equates to an increase of $8.1 million or 41% over 2025's gross capital budget. It is important to note, as I mentioned earlier, there is a significant project within the water department of $6 million that has a $4.5 million conditional grant that hasn't already been approved. There are various sources of funding that the municipality has for capital projects. Funding presented in this draft budget include anticipated grants, reserve and reserve funds, external financing, internal financing, and municipal taxation. Staff have provided recommendations as to which funding sources to apply to each project, but ultimately, this is at council's discretion. The Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund is the largest source of guaranteed external revenue provided to the township for core infrastructure. The Townships of Tiny's 2026 allocation is $792,266, which I mentioned yesterday is a decrease of $88,000 as compared to 2025. The Canada Community Building Fund, which was previously known as gas tax, has been held at the same amount as in 2025 for $424,638. Tax-supported net 2026 draft capital budget is $4.2 million after all of the funding is applied. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this is $242,000 less levy allocated in 2026 as compared to 2025. The $4.2 million is the cost in the tax levy and it is 22% of the overall municipal tax levy for 2026.
Deputy CAO, I believe you have a question here.
Sure.
From Councillor Holoker.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through you. The Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund grant, is there an explanation why we're getting less this year than last year?
I don't have an explanation to provide. They give us the amount and we accept it.
So no discussion, no rationale?
Unfortunately not. This is where we need to go to the province and make our voice known if we need more funding.
Thank you.
And just to confer that, yeah, that we do not get an opportunity to propose
Or negotiate?
negotiate in any way, and that's not unique to Tiny. That's everybody, and that's just the way it goes. I will say though that just so for the record, in our North Simcoe provincial area, Township of Tiny got the second highest OCIF funding for 2026. I'm not sure why that happened, and we don't know. We're happy on that side of it. Aurelia, by the way, got the largest, given their size, relative size, and they're much higher. But of the 8 municipalities, it was 8 or 9 that are under our MPP. Tiny was second, but it's literally just an email, and here's what you're getting, and that's it.
Okay, it just seems very subjective in my view. Thank you.
Take that under advisement. Good. Deputy CEO?
Okay?
Sorry, Councillor Bernal?
Thank you. On that point, it'd be great to know what's its basis based on, like, is it based on assessment of the municipality, the needs, the infrastructure needs? I would like to have an explanation on what it's based on.
Sure, I can put that on the parking lot and follow up with council.
Okay, any other questions? Deputy CEO?
Okay, so we're going to jump into the draft capital budget by department. Okay, and budget managers are here to provide a detailed review of all of the 2026 capital proposals. To support this process, again, staff have prepared comprehensive capital rationalization sheets for each project that's included in the draft capital budget and on the funding gap tracking list. Each sheet includes a description of the project, the gross and the net budget, the funding sources, the applicable operating cost impacts, the relationship to council strategic plan, the relationship to the asset management plan, and the impacts to the township if the project is delayed or removed from the budget. We'll start with general government. Investments in the gross budget is 2.245 million. Sorry, and this is on page, starts on page. 199. Perfect, 199. So the gross budget is 2.245 million and the net budget is 2.190 million. Investments include the annual township computer hardware replacements due to aging devices, upgrades of the township's critical network necessary for implementing the network and segmentation, ensuring our infrastructure remains secure and current and aligns with our hardware with the County of Simcoe information technology requirements. Phase 2 of the records management system implementation and migration, which began last year, and phase 1 of 2 for the financial software replacement due to the end of life of the current system and point-to-point upgrades. In addition, investments into reserves are allocated as follows. Corporate capital reserve, 107,000. Computer reserve, 20,000. Arena reserve, 56.6 thousand. And the continuation of the investment of 2.39% of the 2024 levy, or 375,500 as recommended by the asset management plan, into the infrastructure reserve for a total investment of $1,847,000. It is important to note that this money has been allocated towards all roads and parks department infrastructure projects to address immediate needs in 2026. If council does adjust this investment amount, there will be a corresponding cut needed in the capital budget. So just to reiterate, we have captured the infrastructure reserve under general government, but for 2026, it has been applied to roads and parks investments.
Comments, questions on that? Seeing none. We'll move on to fire department.
Okay, so the fire department budget, sorry, I don't have the page, it starts on page 218, the rationalization forms. It has a gross budget of $643,000 and a net budget of $516,000. Projects include personal protective equipment, which has a mandated 10-year life cycle per the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Ongoing replacement of radios, which are critical to health and safety to ensure reliability. A 3 auto extrication tool set funded by the fire reserves, which will ensure sets are strategically located in the north of the township as well as the south. Replacement of existing ice water rescue equipment as it's at the end of life. Purchase of portable pumps to offload tankers and standardize operations. And to outfit 1 emergency backup generator over a 3-year period at each of the Fire Station 3 Northwest in the Northwest Basin, Fire Station 4 in Wybridge, and Fire Station 5 in Woodland. And the replacement of an aging gator to be more suitable to perform in an emergency, which will replace an older gator. Funding for this replacement will be from the Fire Capital Reserve. In addition, investments in 2026 into the fire reserves of $420,000 is earmarked. And I'll pause it there.
Any comments on the fire budget, capital budget? Councillor Loka.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through you. We have 444 municipalities in Ontario, and a bunch of them are on water, on big open water like we are. Is there anything that we could get from the province or the federal government? Because these are things that we need that not every municipality needs. And I'm just wondering if there's some type of grant or subsidy or anything out there that could assist us with ice water rescue. Thank you.
Chief, are you ever able to comment on potential ice water rescue infrastructure investment?
Through the chair to the councillor, there is nothing that I'm aware of.
Councillor Loka, any follow-up?
That's a shame. Thank you.
Okay. No, any other comments, questions on the fire budget? Councillor Walma, please.
Thank you, Worship, through you. In going through some of the notes, I don't see our allocations from previous years. What is this funding level reflect what we invested last year for specifically the reserve?
Chief, or
Through the chair to Councillor Walma, this is an increase. I have a schedule that I've created for ongoing contributions to the fire reserve. I have a schedule going out to about 2045, predicting the cost of our fire fleet and subsequently trying to service it through this reserve.
Follow
okay,
up.
please.
So just to clarify, essentially we're treating the fire reserve as its own asset management plan. It's not included within the AMP.
No, let's clarify that. It is included within the AMP. We are treating the fire capital reserve as its individual reserve amongst all the other capital reserves. We track each one, like roads has their own reserve, parks has their own reserve, corporate has a reserve, fire has a reserve, but it is all counted towards the asset management targets. Is that what your question?
Trying to
like if I can rephrase, maybe earlier you had asked, there's no comparison between 2025 and 2026 investments. Yes, we have not provided that. We certainly can put that together. We've never provided that in the past, but we certainly can do that by to show what the investments are, so you can see how much we've changed in fire or how much we've changed in other reserves.
So obviously, like, the asset management plan is a very comprehensive document, and you can't blanket this statement per se, but the idea theoretically would be that you would see a 2.39% increase in each of those investments.
That would be theory, but that's not how it happens. We definitely,
Everything's different. At the end, that's what it turns into.
yeah,
correct?
in the gross, yeah.
Good? Okay, any other discussion on fire capital? Deputy CEO, move on to bylaw.
And Councillor Wama, your microphone's still on.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so the bylaw budget, rationalization forms start on page 228. And the bylaw budget has a gross budget of 86,000, a net budget of 16,000. Projects include the bylaw portion of the council recommended project for sign installation and improvement beach access at the end of concession 5, which has been partially funded by the bylaw reserve. As well, the replacement of a 2017 Jeep Patriot funded in full by the bylaw reserve.
Comments, questions on bylaw capital? No, seeing none at this time. Move on to Public Works Administration.
Okay, so Public Works Administration starts on page 232, the rationalization sheets. It has a gross budget of 9.23 million, a net budget of 8,000. Projects include the continuation of the construction of the new Township at Tiny Administrative Centre, utilizing the construction loan through Infrastructure Ontario, as well as replacing exterior hollow metal glazed doors at the PW complex.
Comments, questions, Councillor Holoka.
Yes, through you, your worship. I have a question for Director Leach. If we're going to replace those doors, are we going to replace them with insulated doors?
Director Leach.
Yep, through the chair. These doors, they'll be replaced with the steel, proper steel doors. These ones have just corroded. It's actually up at the Public Works Complex is where these doors are being replaced. So we already replaced one this year, and then they're just, they're all rot, so they'll be with proper steel doors, exterior steel doors.
And will they be of the insulated variety or
Of course.
just the regular?
Yeah, of course, there'd be an exterior steel insulated doors.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Comments, questions? Seeing none, now we'll move on to roads.
Okay, so roads, the rationalization forms for their projects start on page 235. The roads budget has a gross budget of 5.83 million, a net budget of 1.34 million. We have many projects, so under equipment, we have purchasing additional solar radar signs to continue the township's speeding calming measures to be placed around the municipality. Under facilities, we have flashing and east trough repairs at the road complex, floor drains at the Public Works shop and Public Works complex, bay lighting and, bay lighting replacements to improve lighting and new efficient light fixtures. Under other items, we've got installing plow turnarounds on municipal road ends to prevent the use of non-municipal properties and plows backing up great distances, which will improve community safety. Under paving, we have 14.1 kilometers of repaving and paving projects. There is a map on page 207 that shows all of the paving and repaving projects that are being done throughout the township. And these were selected based on their most recent street scanning condition information, resident feedback, and Public Works staff assessment and available capital dollars. Under road preservation, we have the hot mix patching program that will help improve small sections of roadways that are generally in good shape that have small sections requiring new asphalt. For fleet, we have, as pre-approved on June 5th in 2024, the purchase of three tandem axle plows, where half the budget was included last year, with the remaining budget to be included in the 2026 budget for $637,500. As well, the budget also includes the replacement of a 2013 grader. So both of these amounts, both of these budgets, staff are proposing to utilize internal reserve borrowing, as I mentioned yesterday when we went over the building department operating budget. This will help smooth out the taxation and levy impact over 3 years. So year one, we have built into the budget the payback to the building reserve, which would be earmarked at $483,000. And the interest, and that includes interest that would be paid to the building reserve. In addition, staff are proposing to replace a 2016 3/4-ton pickup truck, a 2016 half-ton pickup truck, which are both utilizing proceeds of disposition and some infrastructure reserve, so there's no impact to the tax levy. In addition, transfer to reserves are allocated as follows. Capital reserve, $20,000. The second year payback for the purchase of the 2025 backhoe to the corporate capital reserve, which was also internally financed, of $80,000. And what I mentioned earlier, payback to the building reserve for year 1 of 3 for the internal financing plan of $483,000 for those two major pieces of equipment. And I'll just pause it there if there's any questions.
Comments, Councillor Loca, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. So the replacement of both 2016 pickup trucks will be replaced by brand-new vehicles?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, other comments? Okay, I'm sorry, I haven't found the link, but I am interested in the, I know we didn't get as far as putting automatic speed cameras in Tiny, but there is a fund been created by our premier to provide enhanced signage, especially for school zones. So if we could add a note to the budget that we could, not today, but in the future, follow up with that fund and see where, make sure that we could get some of these somewhat called oversized signs that people call them, but we'd certainly like to be able to participate in that program. Thank you. Director Leach?
Yes, thank you. We have been looking into that. The first phase of that, I think it was 220 million, was being allocated by the province for people that had ASEs already in place. The next stream coming out will be for those that did not. So I've already looked at the grant, looked at the criteria for it, and we'll be keeping an eye out for the second phase of that when they come out with the more monies for those that did not participate originally with the ASE programs or had ASEs installed.
Appropriate that our Director of Public Works is already miles ahead of me on that one. Miles ahead, pardon the pun. Kilometers ahead, sorry. Going for impact, okay. Any comments about roads, capital budget?
Just
Councillor O'Mama, there we go.
thank you, Worship, through you to Director Leach. Obviously, the list would have been longer than this when you're whittling it down to where we are today. For council's consideration, do you have the ones that were next online kind of thing for consideration if council were willing to increase the capital funding?
Within the package, there is the list that we showed for 2027 potentials for roads. So that would be what we would have moved out from 2026 and 2027 as our priorities as far as asset management.
And is that in any particular order or just?
No, it's not in any particular order in this sheet.
Okay, thank you.
Something you want to go through later?
Yes.
Even just at a cursory level might be worthwhile. Okay, good. Comments on roads? So we move on to water, Deputy CAO.
Okay, the water rationalization sheets start on page 278. And the gross budget for water is 7.72 million, net budget of 0 because it's funded by the water reserve and the water ratepayers. And as mentioned earlier, there is an anticipated but not yet approved grant from the province's health and safety water stream for the amount of $4.5 million. Projects include, under equipment, the replacement of a computer and upgrading networking equipment to ensure connectivity, and an improved work order system for water, which is a maintenance manager, which is also currently being used by the road and parks departments. Under facility, ongoing maintenance activities at pump house facilities, SCADA upgrades, point-to-point upgrades as their system is coming to end of life in 2026. PH1 building removal and a new well carryover project with additional budget for 2026. Just to note, we don't include carryovers in the 2026 budget documentation, but if there is an increase to the budget, then we do include carryover. Revitalization of Cooks Lake Reservoir, Georgian Estates UV and electrical upgrades, analyzer replacements, ongoing pump house piping upgrades, and CCTV for all horizontal infrastructure, providing information that will support the continued development of the asset management plan. Under infrastructure, water main replacement in LaFontaine, pending that grant that I talked about earlier. Yard hydrants, connecting of Georgian Bay Estates and Saw Log Bay systems for contingency/backup, and continuation of the water meter program in LaFontaine.
Thank you. Any comments on water? Councillor Holka.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through you. Question for Director Leach. How far are we along in the water meter program in LaFontaine? Are we at 50%?
It'd be approximately, we've got the upper half done and north of the 16th concession on that system. The system we're putting in for next year will be south of the 16th, and the Vanier system, which is just north of concession 16.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comments on water? Okay, none. Moving on to parks.
Okay, the parks rationalization sheets start on page 310. The gross budget for parks is $1.8 million. The net budget is $161,000. So projects include, under facilities, replacement of fan coil and condensing unit of the air handling unit at the TTCC, epoxy finish in LA Beach washroom, and the construction of the new Tawanchi Pavilion rink, which will include refrigeration lines roughed in, hockey boards, and renovation of the current change room storage structure. Under park amenities, Jackson Park dock replacement and repair, bike racks at LA Beach, LA Park, and Parkside Park per the Parks and Recs Advisory Committee request. Under trails and walkways, LA Beach Park boardwalk replacement, Kitchiching Lane stairs, and continuation of the beach access boardwalk program extension. And under fleet, replacements of a 2007 landscape trailer and a 2009 3/4-ton pickup and a 2001 tractor.
Any comments on these questions or assets, potential assets? No, just a high level, Director Leach, how many boardwalks will we be able to put in the next year there?
We are doing the replacement of the LaFontaine system, which was our very first one. We tried out various different designs, and we have got our finalized design now. Seems to be a lot more durable for time and the nice hot beach sun. Hopefully this year we'll probably try to get another couple sections in at 2 more locations is what our plan is.
Okay. The second comment, I've had a couple of people in Palm Beach mention to me about the Moby mats that we already have, and the potential for those Moby mats to actually go into the water. So I wonder if that's something. I know fairly getting in, so pardon the pun, in the weeds again, but I've had a number of different people unrelated to ask me about that.
No, I'm glad you did ask, because that is a fairly common question. When we first put the Moby mats in quite a few years ago, we did do that. We brought it down to the right into the water. Based on our dynamic beach, it became a maintenance nightmare. We were down there 2 and 3 times a day, especially during storms, and they get, over a weekend, it can get buried so deep that we had to get heavy equipment in to dig them out. So based on the dynamic beach, it is not practical to have these going down. You'll notice in our boardwalk designs, what we do is we bring them down as far as we can where the wave uprush would be, and then we make a T at the end. And that allows for an accessibility that people can come to the side and not interfere with direct traffic down. So we've tried to accommodate from that. But the bottom line is our dynamic beach that's preventing us from doing that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Loka.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Again, another question for Director Leach. I know we've had significant difficulty at Jackson Park regarding our dock. Maybe this might be a good time for you to just briefly tell the public maybe some of the issues we've had or why we can't do what some of them want us to do regarding the size of boats.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. The ramp that we have set up down at the Jackson Park, it is a free ramp for the residents with parking passes. And it is very susceptible to our dynamic beach again. It fills in. You'll notice if we get lots of shore ice, there's very little filling in. But if we don't get shore ice in the wintertime, it gets filled in very heavily. We can only dig out so much and go out so far without having to get rafts. And so what we try to do is maintain it to about a two foot depth, 2 to 3 feet. It gets small personal watercrafts, small fishing boats in and out effectively. We did do a report a couple of years ago about a redesign of the whole area so it could become a little bit more reliable and become for larger boats. However, that came with a big price tag. It was about $1.3 million. And then on top of that, even in the report, it did indicate because of our dynamic shoreline, it's not the ideal spot for a boat ramp anyway. So what we try to do is it is a free service. We try to maintain it as best we can to try and keep it open for small pleasure craft. Unfortunately, if people are trying to launch 20, 22 foot, 25 foot large fiberglass boats, they're probably going to have problems. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So basically, we're just trying to stay on top of, we're trying to do the best that we can do with what nature has given us.
In summary, that would be it, and trying to minimize an extreme investment. With the way our shoreline is, we could dig that out, and in 2 storms later, it could be filled back in again. So we try to do ongoing maintenance to maintain those levels. This particular budget in here, what we're doing is putting some money in to repair the dock. It's getting a little long in the tooth, so we want to make sure that it's repaired and it's safe. Another advent we did, as a little plug last year, we put in the flags to keep the geese off it. And I don't know if you noticed, we put streamers up there, and that kept the geese and kept the dock nice and clean this summer. So it's a great tool to keep the geese off of that particular area. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. The work you do down there is much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would like to point out to the public, Director Leach and I are both boat owners, and we wouldn't be putting our boat in at Jackson Point just for the reasons you just stated. But 15 minutes away, you're available, not just the town of Midland or Penetang. There's numerous marinas, including the one that I use, that provide an all-weather ramp for $15 a use. So I think that there's numerous opportunities for people to launch their larger watercraft, and at the same time, smaller Sea-Doos and things like that people can put them in at Jackson Point, again, without, harming the environment, and that we maintain the integrity of our environment. At the same time, people are relatively very close and I think very reasonably priced to put their boat in the water. And take it out, of course, as well. Any other comments on this item? Seeing none, we will move on to recreation.
Okay, so the recreation rationalization forms start on page 329. And under the recreation budget, it has a gross budget of 50,000, a net budget of 0. And the project that's under recreation is a special event strategy, which was approved by council in September. If they're successful with the grant from the Rural Economic Development Stream for $25,000, with the remainder to be funded from the Economic Development Reserve, as we talked about yesterday.
Great. Comments on this item? Happy to see this revitalization and access of, hopefully, the Rural Economic Development Stream that Director Palace has found. I think that's great. And as we discussed it, we can discuss further later, but, seeing that money that we did set aside from our library funds to subsidize economic development is available, and we have some new options, which is great. Any comments, council? Okay. Deputy CAO, are we, one more?
Or
Planning
one
and zoning?
more, I just wanted to provide a clarification. The Economic Development Reserve is not related to the library. You had just mentioned, so it is a separate reserve that we
You're right,
have
you're
been-
correct. I was assuming, I mistook the arena for the economic development. Right, okay.
Okay, so planning and zoning is our last capital section. The gross budget for planning and zoning is 20,000. The net budget is 0. Rationalization form starts on page 330. So the projects are integrating and utilizing the same software as the building department uses, Cloud Permit, to make it easier for applicants as well as more efficient for the township. They'll be implementing that cloud-based module, which will eliminate paper-based planning applications.
Comments, questions on planning and zoning? Okay, not seeing any. I have one comment with regards to, we discussed yesterday the AMPS program. And if we were to give you direction for AMPS, if we decide that, would that fall under the capital divided by each of the departments, or where would that fall into our budget for 2026?
Yeah, that would likely fall under bylaw, as they are responsible for the coordination of all of bylaw enforcements, whether it is from clerk's department, planning department, building department. So it would fall under that section. It wouldn't be revenue necessarily associated and going back to the planning department itself. It would just fall under bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Brunel?
Great, thank you through you, Chair to Director of Planning, sorry, Hunt. It says here that the existing building permit, cloud permit software will be, the question is, when is it going to be used at its full potential? What's the timing of that?
Director Hunt?
Through the chair, I believe we can start immediately in the new year. So there's a module that they assist us with getting it all set up. And then it's just a matter of learning the system, but we do use it already through building permits. So it would be a pretty efficient transition. So we would be on board as soon as we could.
Councilor Brunel?
Follow up, yeah, I've had several people approach me about this. Being in the business too, I understand the problem. So when you do a backfill, of a septic system, you go there, you do what you gotta do, and then you wait for an inspection. You wanna kinda have that machine moved fairly quickly. I understand that other municipalities, it's pretty well same day. You do what you gotta do, get an inspection, and then that afternoon, you get okayed most of the time, or some response. And usually they just check their phone on their app to the municipality's system, and then they can backfill and get the machine out of there. I understand that in Tiny it's not that way. It sounds like it's quite a lot longer than just a day or two. It sounds like it's a week or so. So I just want to know if that's going to be reduced, that timing, to hopefully same day. Is that what the goal is, and is that what when this is at its full potential, is that how it's going to happen in Tiny?
Director Hunt?
Through the chair, so this is, your comment is related to a building permit inspections, and so that's already fully on our cloud permit software. So any sort of timelines or anything are already in place, and this isn't necessarily going to impact that. This is more combining the Planning Act applications with any building permit applications that are already there. So that's a process, an internal process that we would have to determine. But I believe we're usually, when people call for inspections, we usually are able to do one the next day, usually, so. But this won't impact that necessarily.
Councillor Bruno?
Great, yeah, it's mainly I guess, knowing the results of the inspection takes a little long. I think that's where compared to other municipalities, where I think Tiny needs to, we have to look at that situation for the future. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Deputy CAO, I wonder if we want to go through, good time to go through the capital rationalization forms?
Yep, absolutely. We can go through each one of them if you'd like. Is that what you
I
want to
think
do?
we'd like to go through each one, even if it's just
Sure.
cursory.
Okay.
And if the council wants to discuss, and then I know that Councillor Walmer was looking for some ideas of 2027s.
Okay, if you can
delayed
just give
items.
us 2 seconds to set up.
Yeah,
Ashley's
of
going to
course, yeah,
share
take
her
your time.
screen. Okay.
Yep. No rush, Ashley, don't worry. We can have a little bio break. How about we do that? Okay, why don't we do that? You want a formal one or an informal? Informal. Informal, okay. An IT break. I'm gonna grab a coffee. better when you can hear me. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think we're ready to start up again. Sorry about the little delay there. We have, we're going to go through the capital rationalization forms and then move on, and we'll be going into our I've got quite a few, actually. So what I actually just mentioned to Deputy CAO, that I'd like to, as we go through these, we can discuss each one in person, or we can, or in depth, or we can take a cursory look at it. But our Deputy CAO is going to start collecting information for our, if we need another meeting, which I would assume we would. We're tentatively looking at next Thursday for items like takeaway items. So not just funding gap items that are specific, but anything else that comes up, just so you're aware if there's things that we want to look at. And I know Councillor Bernal brought a couple things today, that type of stuff that, just so you're aware that you can be a funding, when the funding gap, we'll look at it by item, but when the, as we go through capital rationalization, and not just this, but other items as well as we go forward. So with that, why don't we start off with item 110-2101, computer equipment, Deputy CAO.
Okay, so the computer equipment is the replacement that we do annually. This one is funded from reserves.
And again, these are already, we've already been through, mentioned a couple of these, but good opportunity if you have any other questions, or
If I may correct, sorry, this one is not funded by tax reserve, my error.
okay. Comments on this one? Councillor Holoka.
Yes, during this morning's Senior Advisory Committee meeting, the lady who does the Ducks in a Row program asked if she could borrow a township computer because she has an old Macintosh, which isn't really compatible with the rest of us. So I consulted with our IT, Charles Gallagher, and he's going to look into it. So this may be a perfect opportunity to take a 5-year-old computer and just keep it as a loaner for situations like this. It's just my my general looking at it for the first time.
Okay, good idea. Any other comments on computer equipment? CAO?
Yeah, just to further assist with the process, it would be helpful that, so as we go through each one of these, if council kind of agrees with it, that it's going to be, we're going to treat it as a tentative yes, and if you want more discussion or more information, that would get pulled aside, so we're not having to, what's going on with all the rest of it.
Sorry, yeah, that was
right?
my intent. I think
Yeah,
everybody
so-
got that, but that was.
So I just
you know,
wanted to double check everybody be on the same page, that if you're like, no issues, we think that's good, we will, it's not approved, but it's in the, now firmly in the A category, so then we're only, when we come back to have further clarifications, it's only the other ones that you've asked for more information on.
Geez, we're done already.
Okay, good. I think we're all on the same page there. Okay. So anything further with 2101? Be okay with that one? Nods, yes. Okay.
The next one is networking segmentation project, and this one is funded by the tax levy at $17,000.
Councillor Loca?
So this program will be in full force, and it will not be part of our budget moving past 2026. Is that correct?
No, so we'll always be doing updates to the network. We will always be doing computer. So you will see literally every year constant changes because our network will always need investment into it. So this will never be a one and done when it comes to computer. Anything related to computer, it is just part of the infrastructure that we need to make sure everything stays safe and working.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any concerns? Councillor Bernal?
Follow up, what I noticed on page 210, that there's no money allocated in the next years following 2026 until 2030. So is it possible that we can allocate some money there? Because you're saying if we're always going to do upgrades, shouldn't we have a number? a rough estimate?
Deputy CAO?
Yeah, that's a great point. We did have the IT coordinator go through and indicate if he feels that there is money that's needed in 2027, but it's possible that this was missed. So I can certainly follow up with him on that.
Thank you.
Okay, it's a good takeaway. Okay, move forward on that one, that's good, 71,408. Moving on to record management system. Comments, questions on this one? No, we're all good on that one? Okay, move forward on that one. Financial software replacement, phase 1. So, fairly sizable. Any comments, questions on this one? Councilor Brunel, please.
I notice in 2027, a considerable amount of $250,000 under consultant fees. If an explanation we can get an explanation, please. Thank you.
Yep,
Deputy CEO?
happy to answer that. So originally, the budget, we had actually more money in 2026, but we deferred some of it to 2027, realizing that it is going to take quite a bit of uplift at first. We want to get this project off and running in a good way, and so we have some items that we need to clean up in our current financial system. The initial preliminary estimates for consulting to help with the migration is in that $350,000 mark. So this is what we had put in initially. It likely will be a little bit higher in 2027 with this new information. There's very few consultants out there that can help with these types of migrations, and the costs are quite high.
Councilor Brunel?
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thanks through your worship. I believe we also asked you to get started on this a little bit more quickly because of Great Plains coming to the end of its life, and everybody that's on it will have to move to some other one. So you're right in that consultants are few and far between in their books. So I think we gave you direction to get started on that immediately.
Okay, other comments? I will like to add that there's a certain amount of backroom advocacy going on with this one, with Deputy CAO and myself and the County of Simcoe to, this is by no means a unique issue to Tiny, so it's something that all of us have to partake in, and of course, just regular business. I know in the private sector that we're living it on my other life, implementing SAP, and hopefully we don't do that here. But, so we are working on trying to mitigate some of the costs on that by same, frankly, rationale that we used on the insurance pool. So, but I don't have anything more to add at this time. Okay, we're good with that one? Thank you. Moving forward. Point-to-point upgrades. We're good on that one?
Yep.
We're good on that one. Thank you. Protective equipment for fire. Any comments on this one? Councillor Loca.
Yeah, I'd just like the public to know that we're mandated by the Ontario Occupational Health and Safety Act, and our fire equipment has a shelf life according to them, and we must abide by it. And I think our fire chief is on top of this as good as anybody. So I commend him for that. Thank you.
Well, I like to say too, it's something we would do regardless if it was mandated or not, because it's with a reflection of whether the equipment's safe or not, so. We don't want anybody doing anything without the right protective equipment. Any other comments or questions on this one? Good, we're good with that one. Radios for fire, any comments on this one? Seeing none, thank you. Auto extrication tool set, and I believe this is 2 sets, am I correct? One for the north and for the south? 3 sets, okay.
Actually,
Chief?
just to clarify, it's a tool set. It's 3 tools, but it's just the replacement of 1 set.
Okay, okay,
There's 3 tools within the set.
Okay.
okay, perfect. Comments, questions on this one? That one's good. Ice water rescue equipment. Comments on that one? Wear and tear, that one's moving forward, thank you. Portable pumps. Comments, questions? No? Okay. That one's good. Backup generator. Comments on this one? Just to clarify, this is 3 generators, but 1 every year. Correct, chief? Yeah, okay.
At our various locations.
Yeah. Probably good our fire halls have a backup. Okay, we're good on that one?
This is one area, though, I would recommend council, like if we get into looking at potentially funding a few other items at the end of it, accelerating this would also help, because the sooner we can get each of the fire halls with proper backup generators, the better. But we were trying to take an approach of spreading it out over multiple years. So this was one where our preference would be to get all 3 done, but understanding budget pressures, we did make a recommendation, at least 1 a year for the next 3 years. But I know the chief would be more than happy if he was able to get more than 1 done, so.
Okay, thanks to CAO, and I've got, just so everybody's aware, 20,000 per generator. I'm just making a note here of things to come back on in capital. Okay. Okay, good. Sorry, Councilor Loca?
So right now, we've approved 20,000 for 1 generator, and we may bring up the purchase of 2 other generators quicker than what we have originally allotted in year 2 and year 3.
Well, it's a decision of council.
Right,
The direct advisement of the CAO, he's in favor of it, but it's up to council to
Yes.
decide, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, good. The 2026 side-by-side to replace the Gator is a one-year, $50,000. Anybody have any comments, questions on this one? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks through your worship. This will just be a general one, because there's a few different vehicle replacements happening. When we go to auction with these, is it going back into a reserve? Any of the proceeds?
Through the chair to the deputy
Chief?
mayor, yes. Any of, I know through the fire budget, any proceeds of disposition go back into the fire reserve.
Thank you.
Okay. Any comments on the Gator replacement? That's what I was thinking about it. Okay, we're gonna go with that one. That's good, thank you. Okay, we're moving on. Yes, we're moving on to concession 5 beach access bylaw portion. So this is a $15,000 pilot project. Any comments or questions on this one? Director Leach, no?
Oh, this is what we spoke about yesterday through through bylaw and the end of concession 5.
Okay. Everybody okay with this one? Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, through your worship. So I take it with this application-based parking, this is an initial setup fee, that if we choose to implement it at other beach areas, that we wouldn't be paying an additional sort of setup fee, and we could just bolt on other areas for a minimal administrative cost? Is that what I understand from this investment?
Can anybody speak to that?
Yeah, that is the application. As far as further locations, Steve would have to answer that directly, but that's what it is to get away from parking machines.
Perfect.
So it's initial one-time investment to kind of get us up and running with this application provider?
Madam Clerk?
Sorry, just to clarify, it was only directed at this location though, so this is our other locations have the physical parking machines. This was, at the direction of council, hotspot only. So I will have to follow up regarding, the administrative fee if that's the case, and whether there would be lower costs with implementing at different locations, I'm not certain. But it is separate from the physical parking machines. with the hotspot program.
Okay.
That's great, yeah, if you could just put that on a parking lot, I'd like to understand if that's a one-time investment upfront fee, and then we can bolt on other services for a nominal cost. I'm sure every software provider says more locations, it's gonna cost you some more money, but
Fantastic, thank
that
you.
would be great, thank you.
Certainly gives you flexibility for the future, yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay, any other concerns with this one? Deputy CAO?
If I can just add, so this budget has since been modified and it's actually lower. We've captured that modification because it was after the budget was released on the funding gap. So
Okay.
the actual cost of this project is $5,000 this time.
Okay, move forward on that one. Bylaw replacing the 2017 Jeep Patriot. Comments, questions?
Can we hang in? Can we hang in for one more year on this?
So all of our fleet is evaluated by our mechanics. And so this one is recommended to be replaced, but we'd have to, I guess, go back to Tim's department to confirm if that's the case.
Director Leach, if it doesn't, we can actually add that to our ongoing plus and minus list here, so I'm happy to do that.
So it doesn't get an A right now.
Doesn't get it, if the rest of council's okay with that? Councilor Wama?
Just because I like to ask other questions, if we were looking at stuff like this, we do still have debenturing as a tool, so I know that if I wanted to go buy I'm just using an example because I Googled it right now, a Mitsubishi Outlander, which is a four-wheel drive SUV, you can do that for a 0% financing kind of thing. Are those options that we would have as well as a corporation?
That's a great question. I am not sure if we would qualify for a 0% financing from some third-party lender. We do not have that option with Infrastructure Ontario, which is the current lender that we're using. But we can certainly look at, excuse me, we can certainly look into that if we have those options. There could be even some incentives with leasing as well.
Councilor Wama, anything more? Director Leach.
Just to clarify for the selection process for anything that comes on here, what we do is we're using the scoring system that was previously provided to council a couple of years ago. We use this up with our mechanics, and essentially at the point when we recommend them to be replaced, that's at the point where we can get a good value on a resale, plus we're minimizing repair costs. So we do weigh in the replacement value, the sale value, plus also the maintenance costs that we have. And we only recommend vehicles to be replaced when the maintenance costs are starting to grow and they're getting beyond the point of where it's a good value for the township. And also when we can maximize the resale value on it. If you wait too long on the resale, it really tanks fast. And so we want to make sure all those factors combined, which gives you a rating score, and the 21 would definitely reflect that the vehicle needs to be replaced.
Okay, well, it's good, it's important to point out there's costs associated with keeping it or disposing it.
Yeah, I understand that. I know the depreciation really slides after 100,000 K. But I'm not familiar with the mileage much beyond that. Anyway, for further discussion, thank you.
Okay. So we'll put that on hold. Sorry?
If I may also
Yep, sorry.
add, so this one is being funded by the bylaw reserve, so that money would just stay in the reserve. Right now, there is no cost to the tax levy because we're pulling the money out of reserves, but then if we do add that one to the funding gap as a pull, that just means that the money would remain in the reserve for use on another project.
Okay. Are you okay with leaving it on for now? Yeah? Okay, we're good. We'll leave we'll put a hold on that one. How about that? Okay, moving on to to municipal administration building. Construction of the new administration building project. Anybody comments with this one? It's good to go, okay. Replace exterior man doors on the PW, Public Works Complex, PWC, yes. We talked about the insulated doors, everybody okay with that one? Yes? Seems cheap, eh?
Yeah.
$8,000 for how many doors?
These are just the exit doors. We're probably gonna get.
I
these are-
thought they were
these-
the,
Not the overhead doors.
it's okay,
There'd be more zeros involved.
cool. Is everybody okay with the exit doors then? Okay, perfect. Solar radar signs, good idea. Everybody okay with this one? Any comments? We're all good? Counselor Loca?
Well, since, through you, your worship, since Premier Ford took away one of our other options, I think this is a sufficient alternative for the time being. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we'll continue with our big sign acquisition as well. How about that too? Ongoing. Move forward. Counselor Brunel, please.
Yes, how many signs are we talking about here? Because it is in plural, but no number. How many signs?
A number of signs, yeah.
Through the chair, that represent about 3.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. We'll move forward to that one. Road complex, flat roof flashing and eaves trough repair. Pretty self-evident, I think. Counselor Wama?
Just from a curiosity standpoint, this is over the office portion of the structure?
That is correct. We had independent, the building reviewed for the site or the building condition assessment, and these came out as the top priority to address immediately.
Okay. Everybody okay with fixing the roof?
We've run out of buckets.
Or buckets, yes. Okay, we'll move forward on the fix. Floor drains at the public workshop. Any comments on this one?
Just for the public, that these are the drains that are in the floor that pick up our fluids from the shop, and they go into a tank, and we pump that tank out about once to twice a year. So these are the main, that would be full of oils and salt and all that laden material, so, thank you.
Comments? Be good with that one? Okay. Public Works Complex interior renovations. Complex bay lighting in 2026, 27, if approved, will include an interior renovation for more functional office space layout. So we're looking at, we're just approving the $10,000 today, though. Director Leach?
Yes, and also with this, this would be for the bay lighting to replace the halogens with LEDs. It's better for lighting. We do all of our truck inspections before they go out inside the building in the wintertime. Plus also with our electrician, there's grant money available for this. So this plus the grant money will replace all of our bay lighting. The offices were previously replaced with LED through a different grant.
Okay. Your comments, questions on this one? Councillor Loca.
Yeah, through you, your worship, question for Director Leach. So when the new administration building is built, how many of you or your staff will continue to move into the new building? Or will any of your staff go into the renovated interior of the Public Works Complex?
The staff that's currently in this location will go into the new building. All the operations staff will remain in the Public Works Complex.
Thank you.
Okay. Any comments? So we're good with that one? Okay. Moving on to plow turnarounds. You can read what it is, areas of the township where the roads end at a dead end, and we have to expand those to be able to allow our plows to turn around. we've got $100,000 in for this year. What are we currently doing right now, Director Leach? Like, the ones that, are we just backing out? Is that?
It's a combination of a few things. It's backing out where very short distances that they have to, turning around on private property, depositing snow on private property. What we're finding is over the years, we're able to use certain areas at the end of some roads. And as they're being developed and built on, we're losing a lot of these locations. The goal of this will be a summer project. We should be able to do probably about 4 to 5 a year. And then the goal through this winter is we're going to determine what the worst ones are. Second of all, which ones we currently have the land to do a turnaround, but we just haven't made it yet. And then the third priority be where we have to negotiate with landowners in order to have the proper turnaround.
Okay. Councillor Brunel, please.
Great, thank you. Follow up, to Director Leach. So you said 4 or 5 a year, so would $100,000 cover the 4 or 5 for 2026, or will it cover 4 or 5 of them for the next 3-4 years?
Thank you
Director
for
Leach?
that. Yeah, thank you. That's good for the clarity. That'll be 4 to 5 this year. We'll get as many as we can done. This will be an ongoing activity. There's quite a few of them throughout the township. And, but this year, our goal will be about 4 to 5 that will get done. This will be the ones that we don't have to go and survey. We don't have to purchase any land. This will be call it the easier ones and the most risk.
So just to clarify, so the 100,000 is for the 4 to 5 for this year alone, and it looks like there'll be more considerable costs of these in the future because of potential land purchases.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Wallman.
I'd like to flag this one for, I guess, our future discussion pieces. I'm not suggesting it's not important. We're talking about 4 or 5. When I look at these, and maybe I can get Director Leach's comments to this, is it possible to split this up, maybe do 2, and then I reallocate some of those funds to another project on the 2027 capital list?
In the end, that's council's decision on how they want to move forward with this. We continue to place drivers at risk if they're backing out, and we continue to run out of places to store our snow. So this was put forward as we feel has hit some of the highlighted areas. But in the end of the day, this is what staff is recommending. It's up to council at the end of the day to approve what they feel is necessary.
Councillor Loca?
Yes, through your worship to Director Leach. So roughly, your best guesstimate of how many of these turnarounds will you recommend that the township does over the next, say, decade?
That's a
that,
big question that
is
I
that
probably
realistic?
can't give you an accurate answer on it, but we'd be probably 20 to 30 of these, I bet you're out there, maybe even more.
Councillor Loca?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds to me like there's no best case scenario for these. Each one is somewhat unique, and who owns the property and the clearances. And I know the one we did at West Shore Drive, like that was a unique one there, but it would be great if we could get to some scenario where the public did, partnered with us, and then we were able to, maybe in a unique situations, help them out, and they help us out with a turnaround, and we help them out with, clearing a portion of the whatever. But I know that that's a solution that's just not probably feasible for all. Director Leach?
Yep, and that's exactly, sometimes in order for people that have properties that come off these dead ends are not able to access their property. And through the planning department and various developments, we have had situations where the landowners have provided us with the turnaround areas in order to access their properties properly. So we do negotiate that on an ongoing basis, but these are in the situations that we feel we need to address on the interim, and the ones that we already currently own the land, so there's no negotiations required.
Okay, good. Okay, Councillor Wallman's recommended that we put not a hold on this one, but a reconsideration, so I'm willing to take that too. Is there anybody else? Okay, so let me add that one. turnarounds. Okay. Repaving Oliver Drive from Sherwood to concession 11. Any comments on this one, council? Councillor Holker.
Yes. Having recently traversed this section of Oliver Drive, I fully concur that it needs repaving. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, we'll put that one for moving forward. Next one is paving Machiavelli Road from concession 16 to the 299. Any comments on this one? I will concur on this one with the previous comment. I go up there quite a bit, and it's, I'm no expert, don't get me wrong, but I can see why we're doing it. So, any other comments on this one? Pretty busy cutoff road too for a lot of people. Okay, we'll put that one down for a yes. Resurfacing Baseline Road North and Old Schoolhouse Road. Anybody have anything to say on this one? Councillor Walma and then Councillor Holoka.
Unfortunately, this is not a Kirk and Spock moment. I don't see the overall benefit to the community. I think these funds should be reallocated to a different road. Thank you.
Councillor Holoka.
Yes, I concur with Councillor Walma. This section of road impacts at the most 3 residences. So I think we should pull this one off the table. Thank you.
I am aware that it was once surfaced.
Pardon me, no, I just writing my notes down here, so, Director Leach, please.
Just for the record, this road was previously surface treated. This proposal is surface treat. It does involve 2 sections of road, Tiny Beaches Road North, Baseline Road North and Old Schoolhouse Road. So I just this was previously a tar and chip. It's been, we turned it back to gravel. And that was the previous level of service. That's why this road and section continued to be on the capital list.
Okay, fair enough. I've got it on hold right now. Is that okay, Councillor Holoka and Councillor Walma?
Well, if we
For
concur,
rediscussion?
if we concur, can we pull it right now?
We can, as council. Councillor Brunel and Deputy Mayor, anything to say on that? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Through you, I'm happy to reallocate this to maybe another road that's been identified for 2027.
Are you designating it should go to a road or to another capital project? Just to clarify.
It depends on what's on the list. and
Okay, so we'll
whether
leave
we
it
can afford or
open
not.
for all capital projects. Councillor Brunel?
Would it be possible to just do Baseline Road North and not do Old Schoolhouse Road?
Director Leach?
Certainly.
We can do anything you like, right?
Yes, we can do those sections. We'd have to break it out
Yeah.
and make sure that because when you go to tender for small sections like that, it might be a little bit more than it typically would per meter. So, but yes, we can definitely look at it from that aspect.
Okay, we've had 3 so far. Councillor Holoka?
Once again, that would only encompass 2 residences. So I don't see putting forth the expense for 2 residences to have their road paved when there's many more roads that could be done within the township for that price. Thank you.
Councillor Brunel?
Yeah, I just want to get clarification from Director Leach. Approximately how many meters would it be to do the Baseline Road North?
It's 1%.
I'd have to pull up my map and take a look at it, but it's probably a couple hundred meters, 200 or 300 meters.
Yeah, so significantly shorter than the 1,280 meters. And at the end of Baseline Road North, is there a commercial entity there, a small business, Windley Farms,
Yes.
maple syrup?
That is correct. That is the small business at the corner there.
Yeah, which is, does quite a few events for the Township of Tiny, a great venture. So I would recommend doing the small portion of the baseline one north to accommodate proper roads when they do events. I think they do 2 events a year, and so it's quite busy during those events.
Okay, so, Councillor Alman? Yeah, I know, good.
Thank you, Your Worship. If we're talking about the partial stuff, I would be very interested, Director Leach, in just servicing the houses that are there specifically and not the remainder of Old Schoolhouse Road. Can we pave up to the one individual's driveway that's on Old Schoolhouse?
There's a couple on there, but the one is just off the, approximately is almost in the middle, I believe. The one larger
Oh,
wouldn't,
that's, that. But they also have access from the other side, do they not?
I think their primary is off of Old Schoolhouse, but I'd have to take a look at those distances. If council wants us to look at something, a different proposal, we can do some quick calculations.
Councillor Alman?
I still, like I said, to me, this is one of those unfortunate realities that I think that the funds could be allocated to a project that would benefit more. So I'm still happy to take it off of the table.
Yeah, I just remember $185,000 is 1% tax increase. So I'd be happy to just take this off and lower the tax. Sorry, I know Winley Farms is there and they like to have events, but it's also 2 houses. Deputy CAO, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that this project currently is funded by OSIF. So that there is no tax impact at this point in time, but if you do reallocate it, you can reallocate the OSIF to another roads project, or there are some other types of projects that OSIF can be applied to. So
Okay.
just to keep that in mind, and just to remind council too, there is a 5-year capital plan that was included to show the deferrals that we did make, that was originally proposed in 2026. To what we put into this draft budget, and that starts on page 338. So just as you're going through, there's some opportunity there too.
Okay, so council, want to indulge me for a second? If we can put this on hold, because it's, then we can, when we look at the funding gap and the other projects that are there, we can better evaluate if we want to either do my idea or another idea in terms of another project or another project within OSIF. It might be easier to evaluate them when we have them all in front of us that way, but we'll put certainly, I've got that on the hold now as well. Okay, good discussion.
Just,
Sorry, Councillor Loca, please.
yeah, there is nothing that could change my mind on this. I'm dead set against
Okay.
paving a large section for 2 houses. Thank you.
Appreciate your position, thank you. Good. Moving on, paving Mertz Corner Road from baseline to Highway 93. Any comments with this one? I know there's a lot of mud on the road on this one, so Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, through you. So given that we have an OSIF allocation for Old Schoolhouse of 147,500, what we are taking for Mertz's Corner Road, 182, almost 183,000 out of the reserve. Can we allocate that OSIF funding towards this project, thereby reducing the need to pull from that reserve and maybe use reserves for something, either keep it there or again, offset if we continue to kind of offset? Taking $180,000 off the levy, as the mayor said, is 1%. That's, to me, that's a big win. Thanks.
Okay, so I made a note on the hold that we can, to your comment, but of a potential reallocation. Great. Councillor Alma?
No, we are gonna come back to revisit these.
Yes, yeah, that's the whole point, yeah. I just think it might be a little clearer if we could come back to them on the funding gap and we can bounce around a little bit more than scrolling through lots of paper here. And again, we've got repaving Champlain Road from York Street to Log Moss. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this one. Director Leach?
yeah, that's in the area of Tewanchi. It's right down by basically the store, and then you come around.
Oh, right by the marina, okay.
By Mini
Okay,
Stop
I should know that
going
then,
up.
yeah, okay, all right, okay. It is in bad shape, yeah. Okay. Any comments on this one?
Well,
It falls under the same umbrella? Councillor Loca.
well, just, I mean, we spent a lot of money repaving Champlain Road for quite a length. And from a public safety perspective, it's turned Champlain Road into a speedway. So I don't know how this can all tie in, but it's something that I'd like to pull up again for further discussion.
Yeah, the portion that Director Leach was speaking to, though, is in the village itself, so I don't think the speed is as much of an issue, given that there's a hard 90 on both end of it, if I'm correct, Director Leach?
Correct. This road going right down in front of the homes has had issues over the years, and that corner has to have work done. We've totally lost that corner there, and it's becoming an issue. I would call this a top priority project.
Okay, fully supportive.
We're all good, councillors? Yep, okay, thank you, we're good on that one. Councillor Loca, go.
Yeah, Director Leach, so is this north of Peekaboo Trail or south? I'm just trying to picture where it is.
It's leading up from where the marina and the store is.
Yes.
It's from that area where, that's York Street, and it comes around that hard 90 by Mini Stalker, and then starts going up the hill to, towards Log Moss, which is near where the fire hall is.
Okay, thank you.
Great, okay, we're moving on to paving concession Tiny Beaches Road North, concession 11 East from the bend to concession 12 East. This is Tiny Beaches Road North, is it not, though?
No, this is at the top of the 11th, past the golf course.
Okay,
We had
all right.
finished that project up to almost near the corner. This will now take it from the corner past the concession 12. That's, and with this project, looking at the whole Golf Link Road, concession 12 intersection, that whole corner, proper lines, proper design. It's one of our busiest corners in the township.
It's a long stretch, that'll be past Golf
Yep.
Link, right?
Yeah, it's about, is it 1.8? Yeah, 1.8 kilometers.
Okay. Where does it actually change name to Overhead Bridge Road? Is that in Penetang or?
Basically at the top of the 11th.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any comments, questions? Good. Councillor Loca?
Yeah, sorry, Director Leach, so would you surmise that a lot of people use that section to either go to the dump or into the town of Midland? Is it heavily traveled?
Yeah, it definitely, it gets to get into Midland, to get to the transfer station, and also into Penetang.
I know that anybody in the north, a lot of people are, LaFontaine use that. Director Lee, just, do we have any lights at that intersection right now?
Street lights, but no intersection lights.
Right, okay, that's fine. Street lights, I'm not advocating for intersection lights at this time. But, okay, we're all good? Councillor, yep, we'll move forward with that one. Concession 14 from Cedar Point Road to 239. Concession 14 West. Any comments on this one?
I'll have to go look.
Yeah, it's very steep, but it's also very, very bumpy, I know, from being on my bike.
Yeah, it's a big hit.
Comments, questions?
Go for it.
Councillor Loca?
I'd like to defer this one for further discussion. I'm gonna go when I get a chance this week and have a look at it myself. Thank you.
Council, any other comments? Everybody okay with that? Councillor Wama? Councillor Bernal?
Sorry, I want to be clear, my intent when we had the first discussion about Old Schoolhouse Road was that I personally believe that we need to be investing more in our capital, period. Our budget, we are staffed at exactly what we asked them to. They came back with a sub 4, well, actually, we didn't even ask for sub 4, we asked for 4 and a bit. They came underneath that, which is great, gives us room for wiggle. I know that there's always pressures in the public push for zeros, et cetera. However, this is how we found ourselves in this asset management deficit to begin with, is by cutting projects like this. When I asked or had voiced my concern about Old Schoolhouse Road is because I think that there's a lot of other roads that we need to be investing in. And I actually think that at the end of the day, unless we start looking at, I don't know, other programs, I don't think we're gonna finish at 3.9. It would be my opinion that we'll be adding projects on top of these things. So that, just to be clear of my intent and my comments are not to remove projects, but to make room for best bang for our buck in these investments so that we don't push it again.
Okay, good. Thanks for clarifying your position. Councilor Brunel?
Yes, and I have full confidence in our staff that they're doing a great job identifying the roads condition. Roads are obviously a big priority and tiny, and we want to keep it that way, so I fully support this particular one, but most of them, if that's what the Public Works, Director of Public Works is saying that we should be doing, especially when I say very poor condition, I think we should be, I don't think we should be pulling them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Loper?
However, the reason that Old Schoolhouse Road keeps popping up is because of the level of service it used to have. And I don't want to use taxpayers' money to pave a road that has one house on it, or to pave a road that has two houses on it. I think the high-traveled roads need a priority, and I think these have, in my opinion, zero priority. And I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay, good discussion. So we've got, Old Schoolhouse Road is already on the list for subsequent discussion. So we're talking about concession 14 right now. We have one request for a hold. We've got two in favor. And the Deputy Mayor's in favor, and we'll move forward on that one then. Okay. Moving forward, Tiny Beaches Road North from number 256 to concession 12. Poor to very poor condition. Comments, questions on this? I know that we've done 12 to 13 this year, which looks really good. Director Leach?
I'd just like to also add that we will be adding in the wider shoulders on this as a continuation in Tiny Beaches Road, wherever we can add in extra width, we will be adding that in. We've done it up around the 16th a lot, and we'll continue to do that throughout our roads. And based on the previous discussion, it's just there's lots of roads that still are on our list. These are the top ones of all the ones that should be done and required to be done. Mm-hmm. These are just the highest priority ones that we're selecting here.
Okay, good. Councillor Bernard?
Yes, thank you. For the section of Tiny Beaches Road between concession 12 and concession 11, I guess most of it will have to get done. So this is one portion of that section of Tiny Beaches Road North, and then the question would be, is the rest of that portion between concession, or from 256, I guess, down to concession 11, when is that projected to get done?
Director Leach?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Brunel. That's a good point. I should have mentioned also that section is being left out based on the previous deputation that we had for the potential drainage study, which is in the parking lot on the Tiny Beaches Road just north of concession 11. That's why we broke this project into two sections.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Olka, please.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, to Director Leach. Is there any way, I know it may be difficult, but is there any way you could give these projects a number? Like 1 is the highest priority, 2, 3, 4, just so, in your opinion, we know which ones like really need to be repaved. Thank you.
Actually, and not trying to sound smart or anything, but you could put a 1 beside all of these.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a good answer.
Well, and he has, Director Leach and his team have provided poor or very poor condition and as reflected in the evaluations, so, okay. Okay, back to Tiny Beaches Road North.
Yeah.
Everybody okay with that one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just,
CAO?
I do want to, so again, back to the process, to reinforce what the director says. So anything that's on this list has made the criteria of being, we're there. And now it's a case for council to decide of that list, which ones become the important one. But I want to just reset the playing field just a little bit on the level of service issue, because if you notice carefully in the notes, we do talk about the surface treatment level. And there has been, that's part of what council gets to decide, right? And this is one of the few times where I say the words, I think, make a difference, because paving, we actually mean paving. There is paving, there is surface treatment, and then there are gravel roads. So we really have the three types of roads. Each is a different level of service. So old Schoolhouse Road was a surface treated road down to a gravel road, not a paved road, right? And so when it is very important to look at the notes to make sure that whether you're talking about paving a road, surface treating, or even in the case of double surface treating, like there are different levels of service. And that is also, as you talked about earlier, that is part of council's ability to have that conversation about if we do want to decrease the level of service, maybe we aren't going to redo it as a paved road, maybe we do want to do it as a surface treatment, and the director may not be able to give you that exact price, other than we know that price will be less than what's here, and we could do a recalculation as we come to another meeting. So I just want to make sure, make sure we use the terminology on each road that's in the report, so we're not misrepresenting that we're looking at paving a road when we're actually talking about a surface treated type road, just so it keeps the lines less blurred.
Okay, thanks, CAO. Appreciate that. Keep that under consideration. Okay, so we've got Tiny Beaches Road from 256 to concession 12, that's approved. And then we've moved to North Shore Drive from Cedar Point to Cynthia. As well classified as a very poor condition. Any comments or questions on this one? We're good to go? Okay, thank you. Tiny Beaches Road between 8th and 9th. Comments, questions on this one? Seeing none? Okay, we'll move forward with that one. Hot mix patching program. Okay, cool, I like this. Any comments or questions on this one? Definitely needed. All in favor? Yes. Moving into vehicles, a 2026 3/4 ton pickup truck to replace our 107. I have to think that cost includes the trade-in. So any comments or questions on this one? Seeing none? Okay, move forward with that one. 3 tandem axle plows. We have approved already. So still, good to see, sizable investment, of course, but move forward with that one. A 2026 grader. Any comments or questions on this one? Okay, we're gonna continue with 6-wheel drive, right? Director Leach?
That is correct.
Okay, good, thank you. We can help out Springwater again next year. Okay. Moving forward, okay, another 2026 3/4 ton pickup to replace an existing model. Any comments or questions? Nope, okay. And internal Boeing, a reserve payback for purchase of a 2025 R120 backhoe. Comments or questions on this one? This has already been purchased and we're putting the money back into the reserve. Okay, we've already, thank you for that one. Internal building department reserve payback for the 2026 plows. Any comments or questions on that one? It's pretty straightforward. No, move forward. Another one, payback, reserve payback for the RG04 grader. None. Move forward on that one. Computer systems for the water system. Any comments or question? One tough book, so I assume this is a in-field use computer. Move forward with that one, okay. Councilor Loca?
Is that borne by the users, that cost?
Yes, it is.
Ultimately, yes.
All
Thank
the
you.
water fees
Yeah,
are
that's
borne
what I
by the
thought. Thank you.
Not right away. Now we're going to networking equipment for the water department of $8,000. Okay, and for that. Work order system for the water department. We talked about this yesterday. We're all good? Okay. Maintenance activities at the water pump house facilities. Paved gravel driveways, roof replacements, flashing, doors, hardware, etc. We're good with that? Thank you. SCADA upgrades. All in favor? Yes, okay. Point-to-point upgrades. Current system between pump house and network is becoming end of life and unsupported in 2026. So, all in favor of that? Thank you. Building PH1, building removal and new well. Comments or questions on that one? Okay. Cooks Lake Reservoir. Councilor Wano, please.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Director Leach and potentially our Director of Emergency Services. We can only do upgrades every so often kind of thing, and we miss opportunities if we haven't chatted about them. I know we've had a discussion about an overall master plan for upgrading some of these reservoir systems to provide adequate fire flows. Has this conversation happened between the two of you on this particular system?
Director Leach, please.
Through the chair, on this particular system, this is a reservoir that's currently underutilized. It's not being used, and it's unfortunately our system here, it's very demanding on our high lift pumps because it's on, off, so there's no reservoir. So when there's a demand, the pumps go on. The reservoir is not functioning, and it hasn't for years, and this is an investment to get it back online. We are working closely with the fire chief and the recent study to look at how we can expand into the kilometers that are required to meet our firefighting needs. So we'd have to take a look and see how this could integrate into that, but this is just using an existing reservoir that's not being utilized. I don't know if the chief has anything further he'd like to add to that.
Councilor? Did you,
If they, I don't know, if there's more?
I don't really have anything to add other than we did, the council director report from the consultants regarding firefighting and water supplies should be ready in the first quarter of 2027 for review.
okay.
Sorry, did you say 27? How many years next year?
Pardon me, 26.
Okay.
I'm already a year ahead.
You're a year ahead, okay. So I'll go to this one. Councilor Brunel?
Yeah, just real quick, under comments on page 292, it just says 2024 CO. What's that about?
Carryover. This has we've been working with our engineering company over the last couple of years on this one.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Loca?
Yes, through you, your worship, to Director Leach. So is there a chance that this reservoir is useless and, no?
No, this is just to get it commissioned properly.
And how long has it been out of commission?
I don't know exactly how long, but it's been out since I've been here. So.
So
almost 10 years.
why was this not addressed by previous councils? If it's been out of commission for that long?
That's a question I'm not going to answer, but I will say that we've had it on our agenda for the last couple of years. It's become more and more evident with the wear and tear on the pumping system. A lot of it's due to a lot of the infill that's happened up in the area. That previously now a lot of full-time residents, where before it was a lot of seasonal. So now it's become an issue in the last couple of, we've been working on this project for the last almost 3 years now.
Okay, thank you.
So, we're all good? Good. Thank you. Pump House 19, UV and electrical upgrades. It's in the Georgian Bay Estates. Comments or questions? I'm just one from me, Director Leach, in terms of, I know we were talking about potential grant funding. If it does come, is this still required if we get the grant funding, given it's in the same area?
No, this would be a different area. The grant we applied for was down the LaFontaine system. This is up at Georgian Bay Estates, up at the north end, the end of Champlain. Yeah.
All right, great. Any comments, questions? We're good with this? Thank you. Analyzer replacements, DePaulux to Prom Kunzi. No idea what that is. But comments, questions on this one?
I'm in your hands.
Yeah, well, no, we're in the hands of the staff, and I'm quite happy being in their hands, so I'm quite willing to go forward with this one. Thank you. Pump house piping upgrades. Replacement of corroded pipes at various pump houses. I know this has been kind of an ongoing project that Director Leach has talked about before.
Yeah, this is an ongoing every year. We replace, actually, we're doing all the work ourselves in-house. It saves us a lot of money replacing all the old iron with stainless steel systems. So they're a lot more resilient, and we don't have the corrosion issues that we suffered with in the past. These are highly corrosive environments in the pump houses.
We're good with that? Good, thank you. Asset management, verification of assets, condition assessments, and replacements. Comments or questions on this one? Ongoing again, as usual. Councillor Halloka, please.
Just your worship, I'd like to defer this one until we hear from Marley. There may be some questions that come up that only she can answer.
Maybe just give us an idea what the questions might be.
Well, I haven't really looked at it.
I haven't really looked at it in depth, so I'm not prepared to give it a thumbs up just yet.
Director Leach?
Part of our building up the asset management data, this is critical for our linear infrastructure to understand the status of it. All of our water systems are very old. We don't have unfortunately, we don't have a lot of history. A lot of these were private systems that the township took over. Okay. And so some of the information is lacking. And this will give us, on our linear infrastructure, a full asset assessment so that we can set proper asset management tools in place. We feel this is very critical for our water system, especially because, as I indicated, a lot of them, the history that we have is very vague. And in order to make proper asset management decisions moving forward, we need to know what the current condition are on these assets.
Thank you. That's a great answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good, thanks. Information gathering, I believe, is kind of captures it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Any other comments on this one?
This falls right in line
Yeah.
with the bridge inspections, with the road analysis and all of it. Like it's the outside professional coming. In this case, it's helping us to do the inspections and using the technology, because that is the information that we can then take that information, but we don't have that necessarily the expertise to do that type of inspection and work.
It's the essential fixed cost of asset management. Good, okay, I think we're good with that one. Moving on to water main replacement in LaFontaine. And this one I want to mention too, that this is pending health and safety stream.com the project pending and funding. So it's here, but we just have to cross our fingers that we get a positive result, and we won't know that for, we're not sure when. So I think we're kind of proposing this pending with the proviso on it. Does anybody have anything against doing this project? So fair to say, the Deputy Mayor, please?
Thank you, through you. So what's the contingency plan should the grant fall through? Because if it needs to be done, do we need to start allocating kind of over the next few years what that
Well, good point.
Plan B looks like?
Yep.
Because we can't depend on grants all the time, but this is critical infrastructure. It's water in a very large community.
CIO?
Through you. So that's a very good question, and I think that's a question that we would then come back. If we were unsuccessful in getting the application, staff would then probably come back with different options for council to consider as of how to move ahead with this project. So I think the way it's laid out right now, it'd be contingent upon getting the approval from, I would imagine that early in Q1, we should be having some indication as to what the status of this project will be. And then we can, if we have to, we can even regroup on this particular item prior to passing the final budget. But at least once we know what the word is on this budget, we can then come back with alternatives if we were not successful.
Thank you, CA.
Deputy Mayor? Yeah, we'll have time. Again, the budget isn't finalized until April, so. Director Leach, hopefully in Q1 we'll find out.
We recently provided a 5-year financial plan for the water department. Actually, we had it done out for 10 years. And these would be the types of projects that we had forecasted throughout the next 10 years. These will be shovel-ready projects. We had this engineered a few years ago. And we only did a partial bit of the LaFontaine system replacement. This would be for the balance of that, but this is where the 10-year financial plan comes into play. If you get these types of monies, then what it allows us to do is pull some other projects forward that through our assessment that we're doing this year will enable us to understand what the next ones will be, and hopefully from that 10-year plan replace some of the other systems, and also make sure that we support the fire chief's objectives with some of our firefighting capabilities and emergency services support.
Thank you, Director Leach. Any other comments? So we'll put this one down as a yes with a pending. Yard hydrants. Any comments or questions on this one? Wear and tear? Okay, we're good with that one. Georgian Bay Estates, Solog Bay Environmental Assessment and Water Main Replacement. Comments on questions on this one? Maybe referred to this earlier. Councillor Holowko, you look like you're thinking there. Good?
Yeah, I just think if the system fails and you have no water, right, like it's
Deputy Mayor?
catastrophic.
Yep.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, through your worship. Just in regards to this in 2027, it looks like we're going to be funding 1.1 million on this. And given that we've just done the grant for LaFontaine, is it too late to try to bolt and ask for a little bit more money and maybe expedite that intended 2027 investment into the water network there?
Director Leach?
The other grant has already been submitted, and it's under evaluation right now, so we're beyond that. But we're continually looking for grant opportunities in the water department. We've been successful, and will continue to apply for these types of grants. This EA also is consistent with our water master plan and the connection of the Solog system with the Georgian Bay Estates system. So the EA would be looking at a variety of things, that connectivity, plus the volumes in the area. And from a maintenance standpoint, the Georgian Bay Estates does have, we do experience a lot of breaks up in that area. So this will all be an all-inclusive, it will allow connectivity for resilience in our systems, plus also more customers to be added to the system.
Thank you, Director. No doubt you'll be looking for the grants as you always do.
We will.
Okay, we'll move forward with that one.
Before we move on, I wonder if we can take maybe a 10-minute quick recess, and then we can.
Hold on, let me just see how far we are here. Yeah, we've still got a few to go here, so, okay, let me formalize this. Moved by Councillor Holoka. Seconded by Woma. Recess at 2:43. All those in favor? Thank you. And we'll come back at 2:50. How's that? Thank you.
Usually me for the recesses.
Yes, we will. Okay, we're back. Motion to reconvene the meeting at 2:57 PM. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councilor Brunel. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay, moving on. We are at LaFontaine water meters. We're on the same. Continuing with our capital rationalization forms, we're at 2470. Ongoing upgrades to the water meter system in LaFontaine. Any comments on this one? We're all okay on this one? Okay, thank you. Moving on to air handling unit for the Tiny Township Community Center on concession 8. Any comments on this one, Director Leach?
This would be for the other half. This is for the whole half of the building for the HVAC. We did the other half previously. Just for the
Okay.
air conditioning and heating, and it's typical maintenance required for the age of the facility.
Okay, we'll move forward with that one. Epoxy floor in the LaFontaine Beach washroom. Director Leach?
Yes, this is with the new 3 stall washroom we put in down at the LA Beach at the bottom of the 16th. When we built it, it was we basically did a basic seal on the floor. This will be an epoxy seal for that beach environment, so we keep it nice and sealed up and tidy. So from a maintenance standpoint, this is required.
Okay, move forward on that one. And moving on to the Tawanche Pavilion construction. Long awaited, so that's great. Any discussion on this item? We've had previous discussion, a fair amount. When, just for the public consumption, when would construction start date be?
We'll be starting in the new year. This will be completed in 2026, and it involves building the pavilion. We'll be putting in provisional piping for artificial ice, if we ever choose to go that route for that. And we'll also be renovating the current the washroom and storage facility that's there, bring that up to standard. It'll be using a construction manager at risk process. Bertram has got that contract. And we just newly added the Tawanche Dog Park that's attached right beside that.
The Larry Patton nude ball diamond. So that's great, very exciting, very exciting. Okay, we'll move forward with that one. Councilor Loca, please.
Director Leach, you know, most of us were at the Larry Patton presentation. Has anything been decided with getting a bigger sign or something that we can, or has it, what's the status?
Yep, through the chair, I'd be glad to update that one. We have a sign that's on order. It'll be affixed to the snack bar. It was the same size we plotted off a paper copy of it for the unofficial one or the other presentation. So we're expecting that back within the next 2 weeks, and Public Works will install it on the snack bar. It's about 4 feet by approximately a little over 24, maybe 30 inches, and with the same profile that we have for our typical park signs.
And will this installation take place during pleasant weather so we could have a ceremony?
Well, the installation will take place as soon as we get the sign in, and it'll be my park staff that'll install it, so pending what's going on with the rinks. But we'll have it installed, and then we'll advise council, and then you can arrange for some sort of a date at a later date.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Loca. Moving on to Jackson Park dock replacement. Looking at an expenditure of $10,000 to replace the current dock. Comments on this one? Okay, move forward on that one. Bike racks for LaFontaine Beach, LaFontaine Park, Parkside Park. Any comments or questions on this one? Okay, thank you. Moving forward. LaFontaine Beach Park Boardwalk replacement. Director Leach has spoken about this one already. Okay, thank you. Moving forward on that one. Kitching Lane Stairs is particularly dangerous. Anybody have questions on this one? Councillor Loca, you should be familiar with these.
Having lived in the area for the last 11 years, this is a much-needed work project. Thank you.
Thank you. Move forward on that one. Beach Access Boardwalks Program Expansion. We discussed this already. I think we're all in favor of that one. Thank you. TA11 Landscape Trailer. New landscape trailer reached end of its useful and unsafe due to corrosion. Any comments, questions on this one? Okay, moving forward. A 2026 3/4 ton pickup to replace an existing model. Any comments or questions on this one? Ready to move forward? Okay, thank you. 2026 tractor, my bad, tractor. Replacing an existing tractor at the end of life and not performing tasks well. Okay, any comments, questions? Okay, moving forward with that one, thank you. Special events strategy development. This is a brand new one, exciting. Any comments or questions on this one? This is made up of a potential rural economic development grant program. Comments, questions? Good, okay, thank you. Planning Department cloud permit, we talked about this. Any more discussion on this one? I'm ready to go with this one. Thank you. And that brings us to the end. So, Deputy CAO, you have a summary here. I guess we can all read that. That's not anything new.
I'll just wait for Jessica to bring up the summary slide. Okay, so in summary, the 2026 gross draft capital budget reflects an increase of 8.1 million over 2025. However, 6 million, again, as I mentioned before, is tied to the LaFontaine water main replacement project and contingent upon that $4.5 million grant. Net funding from taxation is projected to be, at this point, $242,000 lower than in 2025. Although overall costs continue to rise, reduction in OSIF funding places additional pressures on the capital program. At the proposed investment level, supported asset management projects total 16.3 million, which was 141% or 4.8 million above the annual reinvestment target. This figure does include that $6 million LaFontaine water main replacement. And then several additional projects still remain on the funding gap tracking list for council's consideration. So at this point, council, if you're fine with us moving into the reserve forecast before we go to the funding gap, I think that would be a good place to go next.
Yeah, I think that would be great. We're going to reserves, do funding gap, and then we'll go back into the agenda from committee of the whole meeting, and we'll finish that off for today. It looks like we're getting through the meat of the budget. I know we'll have a little more discussion here today, so I'd like to get council's okay that we tentatively cancel our budget meeting for tomorrow, but allocate a tentative meeting for a week Thursday. Given that the items that we're probably going to discuss now, if not resolved today, will take a little bit more time, and we give staff time to come back in a week and a day, and we can reassess at that time as well. So if anybody has any concerns, comments. So we'll work towards that. We can always adjust if need be. If we need more meetings, certainly we can do it, but it looks like we're making good progress today. So, thank you. So let's jump into reserves.
Okay,
Thanks, Deputy CO.
the reserve schedule is found on page 355, so all of the commentary that I'll be speaking to is in reference to that, but you can follow along on the slides. Okay, so the commentary and schedule are based on the best estimates at the time that this budget was prepared. There are many 2025 invoices that we've still not received, which will implicate and impact the ending balances in those reserves for 2025, which obviously the opening of 2026 will change. But at this time, our forecast is we'll go over discretionary reserves. So the discretionary reserves, if the budget was to stay how it's been proposed, show an overall decrease of $285,100. Again, discretionary reserves are reserve funds that were established at the discretion of council, and they are there to be utilized if council would like in any other direction than what they've been set up for. So we have an operating reserve, which will have an estimated closing balance in 2025 of $1.27 million. Currently, there's no budgeted investments or transfers out of the operating reserve, and it's really set up as a contingency. The election reserve, as you know, for the 2026 election, we will be pulling about $100,000 out of it, and we will be putting back $25,000 per year for the next 4 years. The computer replacement reserve is projected to have a balance at the end of 2026 of $15,900. $19,100 of the funding is proposed to be utilized in 2025's capital that will be completed in 2026. The Historical Heritage Reserve is expected to have a closing balance of just under $10,000, and no further transfers are being used in 2026. The Accessibility Reserve at the end of 2025 is projected to have a balance of just under $41,000. We are looking at a deficit of 6.7 at the end of 2026 if projects go as planned. It's okay to have a deficit in a discretionary reserve. It can be funded through allocation from other reserves or built back up in future years. So there's no concern on that. The Climate Action and Energy Plan Reserve, it is expected to decrease by $4,000 to $15,000 by the end of 2025. We do have equal investments into the reserve and out of the reserve for 2026, so the ending balance will remain the same. We set up a planning study reserve a couple years ago and a development charge study reserve. Both of them are expected to be decreased by $18,000 and $10,000 respectively. The 2026 planning study reserve balance is forecasted to be at a balance of $26,000, and the development charge study reserve is expected to be in a deficit with about $1,000. So again, we no longer need that development study charge reserve because we can use development charges to pay for future studies. We set it up as a contingency originally because the legislation was changing, and it's changed and it's back to how it was, where you can fund it from DCs. The Arena Reserve, which was established a couple years ago, is still in the budget for $56,500 as the added amount for 2026, and we are using the funds towards the Tawanchi Pavilion project in 2026. The Library Reserve is set up to account for variances from the budget amounts. Any deficit or surplus will go there. And for 2026, we do estimate a zero at this point, like a nil balance for the end of 2026. The Golf Tournament Surplus Donation Reserve was established for any net proceeds or late invoices following the completion of the tournament. In 2026, it's estimated that there will be $1.4 thousand in this reserve. The Short-Term Rental Reserve, which is designed to be self-funded by the short-term rental licensing fees, has an estimated opening deficit of $134,000. By the end of 2026, with the current forecast, we are forecasting a deficit of 156,800. However, as I mentioned earlier, yesterday, it's important to note that we do anticipate some incoming revenues and in the following years. The actual deficit, if there is one, at the end of the year will be calculated based on, we will be charging interest, whatever the bank rate is at that time, and charging it back to the program and recognizing it as revenue to the township coffers. The infrastructure deficit reserve, which again was passed by council, recommended that 2.39% cumulative increase on the municipal levy of 2024, which was that 375,500 that we talked about. We'll have a total levy of 1.85 million for 2026. We are utilizing the entire allocation towards capital projects in 2026, so the balance is projected to be zero. Or sorry, there is a slight balance because there are some carryover projects that are coming in under, so we are projecting a balance of about 70,000 closing. The debt financing reserve, which was established in 2025 to accumulate funds relating to financing costs for the TTAC. Further, council approved financing for the Axler property project to be funded from this reserve. So we've earmarked $250,000 to be added to the levy in 2026 and transferred to the debt financing reserve for a total transfer from operations of $900,000. Dependent on the financing draws and project progression, we project that there will be a balance of $486,000 in the reserve at the end of 2026. But it is anticipated the cost from the Axler property project will be replenished in 2027. So that reserve will accumulate enough funds from the tax levy to cover the annual costs of the TTAC. Economic Development Reserve was established last year, and $25,000 was invested into the reserve. In 2026, an additional $25,000 is proposed to be invested, and that $25,000 is also being utilized on a capital project, thus the ending balance is $25,000. The Tewanchi Pavilion Reserve, which was also created last year to fund the Tewanchi Pavilion project, will be expected to be at a zero balance because we are utilizing those funds in this budget. And then, as I discussed yesterday, new for 2026, we propose creating an insurance reserve to be used towards insurance costs and deductibles and to cover any drastic changes in insurance costs annually. It's expected that there will be savings from this 2026 insurance cost, and $99,000 is proposed to be transferred into the reserve so that there's a balance at the end of 2026 of about $100,000. The capital reserve, which is made up of the corporate reserve, the fire reserve, the bylaw reserve, the roads, and the parks capital, is projected to be a total of $630,000 at the end of 2025. We are expecting to increase those reserves by a total of $1.131 million. But part of it is also accounting for the payback from the roads budget that we talked about earlier of $80,000, as well as investments into the corporate reserve and the fire reserve of $107,000 and $420 respectively. So that was all of the discretionary reserve changes. The water reserve, which is a restricted reserve and can only be used to fund water-related operation and capital projects, as the money is accumulated from the water rate and fees paid by the users. After covering all of the 2025 operating and capital costs that we're forecasting to come in at, the water reserve is expected to end 2025 with a balance of $5.16 million. And if all of the approved 2025 projects and now the proposed 2026 projects are completed, the reserve balance is projected to drop to $465,000 by the end of 2026, a decrease of $4.7 million. But again, this is all dependent on the $6 million LaFontaine project. Obligatory reserves refer to reserve funds that are required by legislation to be segregated from our other municipal reserves. The township has obligatory reserves that are the Canada Community Building Fund, the Building Reserve, the Development Charge Reserve, and the Parkland Reserve. So under the CCBF Reserve, or the Canada Community Building Fund, we have that yearly allocation, which we received, that in 2026 will be $424,000. So with the projected ending balance in 2025 and the proposing of using the entire $424,000, it looks like this will leave a projected balance of about $18,000 at the end of 2026. The building reserve, by the end of the year, it's projected to be, by the end of 2026, it's projected to be 1.18 million, which is 1.16 million lower than the projected ending balance for 2025. And this stems from that 1.39 internal borrowing that we have proposed to be used for the Public Works fleet. And just to reiterate, using the bank interest that will be current at the time of the loan being taken out, we will charge back interest to the levy or to the taxpayers and reimburse the building reserve for that borrowing. The DC Reserve Fund is funded by municipal development charges for improved properties. The funds are proposed to be utilized towards capital projects related to growth. And as you know, we did a DC study earlier this year, so that study dictates really where we can apply these dollars from the DC reserves. The estimated 2025 closing balance in the reserve is $145,000. A conservative estimate of DC revenue is forecasted at $260,000. And we are proposing to utilize $15,000 to fund projects under planning operations, as well as $110,000 towards 2026 capital projects that relate to growth. And all of those were detailed within the rationalization sheets where we are projecting to use DC reserves. At the end of 2026, we're projecting an ending balance of $270,000 in the DC reserve. Parkland Reserve is mainly funded by subdivision agreements, and as there's been very little subdivision agreements activity over the past several years, a modest $10,000 increase is forecasted for 2026. So staff recommend using the majority of the balance, $104,000, towards 2026 projects, and $97,000 will be used towards 2025 projects, leaving a projected balance in the reserve of $42,000. And that's the reserve schedule. If there's any questions.
Comments, questions, council? Councilor Bernal, kick us off.
Great, thank you. Yeah, through you, Chair, to Dr. LeBlanc, thank you for that. I just want to go to page, well, if it's okay, go to page 355, which is kind of a summary of it all. And I just want to kind of go to where it says grand total all reserves. So I just want to get clarification, just make sure that I understand. The 2025, okay, well, actually I have last year's reserve, so nobody has that, but it showed that 2024 estimates were 10,000,007. 2025 budget closing was 9.3, so fairly close. And then I guess after the year, we find out different numbers come in. So 2025 estimated, back to page 355 now, 2025 estimated reserve closing is 11,000,002, which is higher than what was projected a year ago, which is totally fine. I understand that. But then we go to the 2026 budget closing, which is down to 4.9 million. Is it mainly because of the transfers to the capital, I guess these loans that were different departments are borrowing from reserves from other departments? Is that the main reason why it's such a drop from year over year?
Yep, that's a great question. So yeah, part of that is because of that drop. A lot of it is the water reserve also decreasing because of the La Fontaine project. But definitely, some of it has to do with those internal borrowings and just regular spending on all of the other capital projects that we've allocated to. So it's really difficult to estimate and forecast reserves if there are carryovers that end up happening that we didn't foresee when we first initially budgeted, which is why you'll see quite a big difference between what we forecasted last year and what we're coming in with as an opening. It just depends on when those projects start, if they get deferred, and those kinds of pieces of information. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you very much for the clarification. Thank you.
Great, good question. Everybody else okay? Counselor, you got your hand up? You good? Okay. Perfect. Well, I guess that's great. We're good on reserves, so we'll move on to the funding gap items.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ashley to bring up the funding gap tracking list because we have made a couple additions. And yesterday, we did go over the operating funding gap. Would you like to go into capital first? Okay.
Yeah, and just so Councillor Walma wasn't here, we went over them, but we didn't discuss them or pass anything, so just, we went over them because we'd already previously discussed them on a higher level, so. I think we should just go through them quickly, given that he wasn't here.
Okay.
There's only 8
Sure.
of them, so.
So in the base budget, we had already built in some of the surplus that we're estimating to come in at. We're estimating at this point in time about a $508,000 surplus. We've utilized 338 of that within the base budget, so there is $169,782 of surplus currently on the funding gap that we can apply to other areas or other projects. There is a proposed business case for student laborers in the Recreation Department at a cost of $42,000. So what we'll do as we go through all of these items and council tentatively approves, we will move it into that column under column G, council tentative, and you'll start to see the tax rate implication change.
Yeah, I think we can start with that now, so.
Yeah. And then, do you want me to keep going, or do you want me to pause there?
Any questions on well, yeah, that's a pretty sizable kickoff right there with the number 1, if that's something that council, again, column G is the one that we're looking at. Do we want to, discussion on including the, again, potential surplus, over and above surplus portion, how does that sound? You know what I mean? So.
We put it at the top of the list because it's showing council that there's a starting point where if they decide to add stuff into the budget, they already have some room. So that was the intention of putting it there. It's assumed that you're going to utilize the surplus in some form or another, either within the budget or to lower the tax rate. So that's why we put it in under that column.
Okay, any discussion on this side? Councillor Wong, please.
So this is an opportunity, in my opinion, to allocate some of these funds to future projects in an effort to offset that asset management plan, our infrastructure deficit that and I have some other thoughts as well, but personally, I think that we can start utilizing that 169 for additional projects. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Logan.
Well, to my esteemed colleague, maybe we don't have to spend it all. Maybe we can chip away at the tax rate.
That's what we're discussing. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, through your worship. The Child and Youth Advocacy Center, Simcoe Muskoka, I'd like to remove that full amount, given that we heard yesterday from his worship that the county of Simcoe's contributing $54,000 as an upper tier on behalf of the lower tiers. So I think that removes a potential right off the get-go to kick things off.
Deputy, I also see a deputy CEO's got something going on there. And then Councilor Brunel. Councilor Brunel, please.
Are we going to go through each item one at a time? Or?
Yeah, why don't we go through each one? We'll start at the
Okay.
deputy mayor's getting,
Okay, let's,
we've got to solve number 1 first before we get to number 3. So,
okay, so I
again,
did,
this is by no means final, like this is just, this is for discussion for today. We're going to come back next Thursday and we're going to, with other information that I'm sure we'll be waiting on, we can reevaluate at that time. But not that it shouldn't represent your feelings on it, but Councilor Bruno.
So I'd like to, so are we on number 1?
We're on number 1.
So we'll just keep it that way for now?
Keep number 1. Let's do number 1 and then we'll move to number 2.
So I'm good with number 1 the way it is?
Okay, leaving it in as taking that full amount, okay?
Sorry, taking, what do you mean by that?
Leaving it as it is right now, so that money would be considered, that surplus would be considered as going straight into the budget, so up to lower the tax rate. And you're the opposite of that.
Yes, and
Yes.
then if we're talking about that and making a decision right now, I have much more to say.
That's what we're discussing right now, so. CAO?
I might look at it a little bit differently. You have 169,700 and whatever the figure is. 82 dollars there that you can either start to allocate with some of the tracking funding gap items, or whether it be operational or capital. So there is money there. If you leave it alone at the minute and you start, I would actually have the discussion on number 1 a little more to the end, to start talking about some of the funding gap items, whether you agree or disagree with them, start to put them in, see what it does to the tax rate, and then go back and then make decisions on particular items. Because if you remove, let's use the schoolhouse road project, you take that out, that does change some of the numbers potentially around, and we got to look at the funding sources on there, whether they've been OSIF related or reserve related or tax related. So our team would need a little bit of time to reallocate some of those funds. As you make each decision, we'll change the numbers, and then you can either include the 169. So if we used, I'm trying to see, the Bayshore seniors asked for 4,000. If you approve that 4,000 and you leave number 1 in, what will happen right now is it would just decrease the 169 to 165. And then each decision you make, and then you can go back, and if you're happy with where it is, and then you can have the philosophical debate whether we're going to reverse that because we want to deal with the tax or we want to add more to capital projects. That's probably the easier way to do it.
Okay, if it's more amenable and easier to track, then certainly willing to take that
I
direction.
think it'd be easier for staff to track.
That's fine.
And
That's
then make
great.
sure we can put the proper budget items up there so that it starts to, as you start to see the number change at the top,
Yeah.
that's where you'll start to be able to see it as we're able to put in the right information.
Okay, so in that, if we're gonna follow that, then in column G number, we should take that 169 out.
So I would just leave it there. Right now, it's showing
Well-
as money that you can spend, and then you can make the decision afterwards, you know. And
Council?
I'm not saying, I'm just saying like it is your discretion on how you
Yep.
potentially spend that. So you could at the end revisit and go, no, we're gonna leave that out and increase the tax rate, or no, we're gonna leave it in and decrease the tax. Those.
All right, well, I wanted to make it easier, we'll leave it in. Can we highlight that cell, just so we know?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. And then we can even use a different number if we were color, if we wanted to, and say that's a confirmed, and then we can narrow it down that way. Okay, so
Nice feel on number 2.
numero 2. Councillor Brunel, please.
Thank you. I'm fully supportive of this one. If we're going that direction, looks like we have agreement on the direction. I think we need to do this. So I'm fully supportive of number 2.
Me too, so we're good on that one. Okay. Sorry, who am I talking? Ashley. Are you doing this, Ashley? Okay, I'll tell Ashley. Okay. Okay, moving on to number 3.
And through you, Mr. Chair, if I can, I'll
Yes.
actually just ask Ashley to jump in on the mic if she needs more time
Yep.
to do something. So don't
course.
hesitate to jump in and.
We know she's not shy, so. Good. Okay, third one.
You know my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with him.
Yeah, I agree too. Okay. So that is a no. The next one is MTM Conservation Association with regards to the tiny township of Tiny Marsh.
I'd like to reduce that to 5,000.
Councillor Brunel?
Yeah, I'd like to reduce it to half so that we can match maybe donations from the public that want to be part of this particular project. So half, I would be in favor of half.
Okay. I will want to note as well that any, just, and this is both to council but to the public as well, is we do have multiple funding options for charities. And our tiny events and charities committee is going to be having at least 2 events this year to raise funds. So there's opportunities for these charities to participate in that and not in this. So Councillor Wong?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just on the discussion piece, I would actually refer them to those and remove this from the budget. When I look at the 7,500, it was specific for a observation deck. Giving them partial funding doesn't give them an observation deck. So are we now going to have strings attached to the funding? Do we make it so that we'll pay them when they find they have this project lined up with the other components? These are all those pieces that I would be concerned about. I don't want to just hand over 35, I'm sure it would be spent wonderfully in the facility, but the presentation was for this project. So I support sending it to our golf tournament or charity committee. Thank you.
I agree.
Okay, Councillor Brunel, are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm good with that, yes.
Okay, so there's actually nothing in there. MTM also asked for in-kind for 911 blades.
Yes.
I'm good with that. Okay, yes, $480 on that one, Ashley. Moving on to guest house shelter. Thoughts on that one, Council?
Yeah, I'd like to remove that since they're already.
Councillor Logan?
I'd like to remove that, Your Worship, since they're already getting money from the county.
Deputy Mayor? Okay.
Thank you. Through you, I would just refer them to the charity committee at this point.
Yep. I know you asked for that data yesterday, so I'm not sure if it's available yet. But again, it's something we can always come back to on next Thursday. If we want to just highlight that one, I know that Councillor Brunel asked for current funding from the County of Simcoe for guest house shelter.
Yeah, thank you.
Deputy
Sorry, we
CEO?
did reach out. I didn't hear the question at first.
Yeah.
We did reach out to both Midland and the county. We haven't heard back from the
Yeah.
county yet, but we have heard back from Midland and it's no. They have not put in their budget.
Okay.
That leads me to think that county already does it.
Yeah, I probably think so. Councillor Wong?
From my time as chair in that role, and I've put my hand up slowly because it was a while ago. My understanding is that it is not county funded, that the county acts as a flow through for provincial funding for the program, and they run the administration side of things. So I think getting further clarification would be beneficial.
Okay, so we've got a highlight on that one. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Through you, on the radio this morning, they were talking about different warming centers and they are listed, which leads me to suspect that they are getting some funding from the county or the province.
Okay, we'll confirm that for next Thursday then. Okay, physician recruitment request, this is actually of $10,000. Is that okay with everybody? Yes,
That's,
okay.
yeah, 2,000 more though, right?
No.
To clarify, they actually asked for 2,000 less this year,
Less.
so we're counting that. So if you're good to pay the 10, then we'll just put that
We'll-
negative
we'll go with the
2,000.
10, yeah.
Go with the 10. Yeah.
Perfect. Bay Shore Seniors request. Councillor Loca.
So, Your Worship, I don't have a problem giving them an additional 4,000 this year, but I don't want to be tied down or tie down future councils to have that as a standard. So mine would be a one-time additional gift, and then we'll play it by ear as to see how their programs and membership develops. So I'm okay with the 4,000 for this year only.
Councillor Wong?
I'm a no and would refer them to the same charity process that we have for the other charities. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I would support Councillor Lucas'
Okay,
request.
go down there. Councillor Brunel?
I would be, I think we had discussion about it yesterday. I would be more in favor of not doing the 4,000 for this year.
I will cast my vote with the left side of the table and refer them to our Events and Charities Committee for the additional amount. We do already fund this organization and we're in kind, and both in kind and monetary, but, and then, again, I think we have an opportunity, would be a great opportunity for them to participate in our Charity and Events Committee. Okay, scrolling down into capital. The Midland Septic Project, that's a given now. I won't speak to that too much, but we will later, but that's a win-win for us. So there's really, that can sit there. Councilor Brunel.
Yeah, I'd like to get actually a clarification, I guess, on how we ended up with this surplus.
Okay.
More for the public.
Happy to do it, or what do you, would you
Yeah.
like to?
The project is going to commence, it's just not going to commence with the Tiny Township's capital contribution. So the Septage receiving station, the grant is still there. Midland will be taking on the capital expense for this, but the Septage receiving expansion is still going forward.
And still will be available for our residents. We're just working out the last of the details. But this is, the discussions we've had will actually make it less complicated in the end to administer. And if council remembers the original application, we submitted in for it. But when it was approved, the province found it was easier just to amend the previous application they had approved for Midland. So Midland has received the money, so it actually did not come to us to then flow to Midland. And so this makes it easier in the end, and we're just, there's still some details to be worked out, but it does mean we won't need to fund it.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Wong.
Sorry. Can we see the full Excel sheet? I just want to see how, because it said it's $340,000 in a surplus, basically. So how are we allocating it back to reserve?
Okay, sorry, just to clarify the process, so we're not allocating it to anything specific at this point in time. We're just tracking the deficit or the surplus. So it's really up to council. If you say that you would like that to go into a reserve, we will put another line in, which will have, for example, have a positive $340,000. So there's a zero impact to the tax levy at this point.
So then maybe clarify where these funds were from. So was this levied from 2024?
Sorry, it was levied last year in 2025. So we actually collected $340,000 in taxes.
Okay. So let's revisit that piece with your worship, if we could, with the first one as well, since we have basically that's a double surplus component. Thank you.
Okay. Concession 5, bylaw portion reduced cost.
Your Chair.
Deputy CEO, maybe give some, yeah.
Yep, just to clarify, so this was the one I talked about earlier where the bylaw project is actually going to come in lower than what we had been told originally in the budget. And because we had already finalized the budget, we captured it here. So that's actually a positive or surplus for council there as well.
Okay, maybe highlight that one too, just so. Thanks, Ashley.
And just to clarify, it's a $5,000 surplus because we have to replenish the reserve.
Right, okay. And, sorry, let's go through the truck, I believe we,
Oh, sorry, this is a correction, if I can interrupt. So this is a correction, was missed in the budget. This is non-negotiable if council is approving that project. We just have to up the cost.
Councillor Brunel?
I believe that, through you, Chair, to Director Leach, I believe we're getting a report next Wednesday's council, committee of the whole meeting about this particular project. Is that correct?
We just talked about the parks, that one vehicle, so the concession 5 one, yes. The parks or the pickup truck one was a correction to the previous capital. Yeah, so the concession 5, yes, you're correct.
Yeah, we're getting a report on Thursday, so, on Wednesday, so I think we should defer this to Thursday's meeting.
We've got it there, we got highlighted it.
The half-ton to three-quarter ton was put in the capital as a half-ton pricing, but it's a three-quarter ton that's required. And that's where the 15,000, this was a late entry that we put in and we noted. So that's why it came into the funding gap.
Okay. We good? Okay. Water fill station.
So let me give you a bit of a background on that. I'm
Please.
sure everybody is aware of the situation we have going on up at the Perkins Field Water Fill Station. Just, I'd like to provide just a bit of a background why that station's there in the first place. When the Palm Beach system was shut down years ago, the water system, I think it was called the Renouf system, it just was not capable of providing safe drinking water to the residents down there. This was an expansion that was put on as free treated water for the local residents. We've had some issues in the wintertime. Ever since I've been here, we've had freezing issues, and over the last couple of years, we've put in the proper heat trace on that. The other thing that we've noted over time is abuse on the system. We've seen people with 300-gallon water tanks hooked up with hoses to it. And there was a lot of abuse and a lot of capacity being taken away from that. And having direct connections is a strict violation and is a high risk of issues. If the system goes down, it could siphon whatever's that's hooked up to. Who knows what it could be, and you could contaminate an entire water system. Based on we're continuing to struggle with the system, we put the new fill stations in, which are more reflective of filling up 5-gallon jugs versus 500-gallon jugs. And, but we still struggle with the heat trace. This system here we're looking at right now would be more of a user station that would be located. We're not exactly sure exactly where we would put it, but this would be something that would have the proper fill station, would be weather resistant, and looking at a bulk fill type option, but also has a pay per use. And we're looking at, potentially people that should be on it for free. That could be that way, but others, we do know that people from other municipalities are using the station, filling up, and so it's a way for us to actually get control, because that is now a metered, and the township is paying for the water that comes out of the general tax base. So this numbers, it's probably a little bit high, but we wanted to go in to make sure that we could have some sort of a reliable system that's good for 12 months a year, and potentially look at also a bulk type system.
Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Loca.
Thank you, through your worship. Yeah, there's been nothing but issues. The Perkinsfield Water Station's probably the number one thing I get emailed about. And thank you for putting it on the budget, Director. I know I did give you the heads up that I'd be looking at it, so thank you for doing that. I'm supportive of this. I mean, water is life. People need water. We have a lot of seniors that are dependent on those water fill stations, and given the number of issues that we've had over the last few years, and, you know, bless your department for trying to keep on top of it and keeping it functional. I think it's worth the investment right now. We, you know, like I said, residents depend on it. Is there going to be abuse? There always will be. You know, I go past the flow in Elmvale all the time, and I see people with giant buckets and multiple giant buckets going in and taking it. I think that's just cost of doing business, as they say. So I think this is a vital service that we provide to our residents, and I'm supportive of putting that in our capital budget. Thank you.
Councillor Holka.
Yes, through you, your worship, question for Director Leach. Do we know what Springwater does with their huge fill station on County Road 6?
That's an artesian system that they have. It just naturally flows. Ours is pumped, comes from that pump house, treated. Theirs is not treated, ours is treated.
Okay.
Not saying there's anything wrong with their water, but ours is definitely treated water system that comes out of that water system.
Okay, and is there any way we could put a shut-off to the taps if they say have filled, you know, we put a limit on it? You know, I don't know how that would work, but.
Through the chair, that was one of the reasons why we selected the fills that we have right now. If you're gonna put in 300 gallons, it's gonna take you a long time. And that was one of the main reasons why we did that, put that particular type in there. With these fill stations, you might have seen Penetang has them. Sometimes they have a card, you can just put from a debit card, or you can have a card if you have certain residents that should get it for free versus should pay for it. That's a very nominal fee that they do charge, and you can control what people, the flow that comes out of that, because if you're putting excessive flow, you're gonna pay for it.
Councillor Holka, yeah, please. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like, okay, you have a one-time use of 5 liters or 10 liters or whatever on your card. And then if you want more, then you pay not really a substantial, but at least a cost back charge. I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay, comments? CAO, please.
Just for those trying to follow along the materials at home, we're actually talking about the item that's on page 360. So in your binder, they will all fall through as you talk about each one, so you can see all the rationale, where it's being assigned to, whether it's supported, not supported by asset management. It's all in those sheets as you work your way through them.
Councillor Wellman, please.
Sorry, thank you. Question through you, Director Leach. It's listed as a service level change or adjustment. We already have one. How does this fit in that avenue?
This would be basically when you're filling them up, they would be much like a fill rate that you would get at a bottle fill station at the, in Midland. For example, it would be, you put your gallon jug in, you hit button, fills it up. So it would definitely be a better system than we currently have today. It would also, although it states it's not supported because of AMP, just because of the age of the system in that it says it doesn't need to be replaced at this point. But it would have better controls in place. It would also allow for more of controlled access to certain individuals or certain households in certain areas.
Any further? Councillor?
Just, quick follow-up then. We did just recently get a provincial or federal grant for water fill stations throughout the municipality. Where are those located? What kind of controls do we have on those, et cetera?
Those are your typical bottle fill stations that you would find in arenas, and we have them in our TTCC and down at the Wybridge Community Center. These were put in various locations throughout the townships, in our parks and our public bathrooms. They're mainly for the single use, or not single use, you get away from single use, but filling up containers like these. They have the flow rate of, of a tap. Basically, it wouldn't have that volume that we would expect out of a bottle fill station.
I'm good for
Any
now,
further?
just thinking.
Councillor Bernal?
Yes, a question, I believe, to Director Leach or Director LeBlanc. Would this not be funded through the water reserve or not, because it's to the general public?
This would be for the general public, and the public does pay for these, this water fill station, just for clarity, that it is metered. So we'll pay a metered rate out of our general tax levy to support those water fill stations.
Councillor Bernal, anything further? No, Councillor Wama?
Through you, your worship, is there, so the existing system is functional with problems. What would change, what could change to upgrade the problems that exist with that system without the $80,000 investment, I guess is the question.
Director Leach?
Yep, through the chair. The main thing would be, we'd have to start right back at the pump house again. And it's all from the lines coming from the pump house out to that area. If we did this project and had it in the exact same spot, we'd have to redo it right from the pump house all the way to the street. The lines, to make sure they have all the proper heat trace on them. The units themselves have to go deep enough in the ground so that you can have your shutoffs below ground so you're not into the frost levels.
Could it be adjusted so that the fill-ups were at the pump house and we just had a driveway go up to the house?
The issue with that is access to the pump house, and what we have right now actually is a great system. You can pull in, you pull out, it's very simple. That would be a capital project where you'd have to put paved roads in and turnarounds and pieces. Right now, it's just a single vehicle going up and a single vehicle come back out. So there'd be more infrastructure involved than just the water system.
Personally, I was gonna say, your worship, I'm struggling with this one. We have water fill stations in the municipality. We have the infrastructure existing. I think that I'm happy to invest some money to fix the current problems, but I don't think I'm supportive of an $80,000 change. Thank you.
Well, I think you're looking at, I totally agree. I think it's apples to apples or apples to oranges. So the solution, and you're, Director Leach has done a good job. You're looking at improving it. I'm not so sure we really need to, improve it like 3 levels. And I think that, I think the way that the flow works right now, that it does discourage people from filling their tanks, and there's no actually threaded connection, so you can't really do it. I'm sure somebody could figure it out. And yeah, they may not be the most easy to deal with or ergonomic to bend over and jam a piece of wood underneath to, position your 5 or your 2.5 gallon tank. But it's still, the other side of the coin is that there's a large portion, especially between 11 and 12 and 8 and 9th concession, that rely on shallow wells in areas where we know there's, unfortunately, the water is not the cleanest. And I don't want to say it's bad, it's not bad, but people that, and we have to, just like we do with the taps, the 10 taps that we have, that we have to provide clean drinking water. And I believe that is beyond the scope of just the water department. That's something that us as a government have to do, and there's people that do rely upon that. So my solution would be, frankly, to shelve it until we can come back with something that replaces or improves on what we have right now. I'm not convinced we need to set up a bulk facility, provide that opportunity. I'm looking at this still from a resident perspective of somebody using it for consumer or household use, not for commercial, not for, high volume. And if it means another shelf or making them higher or something like that, that's kind of more what I'm looking at in terms of improving it. So that's where I'm at with that one.
Can I
So-
recommend that for the next report, I'll have a revised figure for this based on the scope that you just provided.
Is that feasible?
By next week, I can.
Really?
take it
Okay.
on that, yeah.
Well, then I'm in favor of looking at something in a week from now then. Thank you, sir. That's great. Is everybody else okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll give that one a yellow. Okay, Wyville sidewalk. Which is
It's on page 362.
discussion on this one, council. Councilor Brunel, or sorry, Councilor Holcroft.
Yeah, I'd like to know exactly where this work would be done. Is it near the school?
Yeah, thank you.
Leach?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Yeah, we've done an audit on our sidewalks. I believe it's about 8 kilometers of sidewalks that we have throughout the township. We don't have a lot of them. But the panels that we're looking at they're predominantly on concession 5, on both concession 5 east and west. Those are some of the oldest sidewalks that we have, and various other locations throughout the township. But the majority of it is in Wyville right now. These are not, normally if the panels are raised a little bit, you can plane them down, you can paint them, but these ones are actually cracked and broken. And so these would be going in. So what we would do is we would have a company contract to come in and just replace everything that we have identified through our inspections on sidewalk inspections.
Councilor?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, if they're anywhere near the school, I'm all in favor of it. Thank you.
Councilor Alma, you're good? Okay, that's looks like it's a positive. Councilor Brunel, something to say?
Yeah, so I'd like to get a little bit more detail. Like I know you're saying they're going to do the ones that need to get done. Like how many are cracked? Like are we just doing the cracked ones or are we just doing all of concession 5 sidewalks? Like what?
Leach?
It would only be the impacted panels that we would be replacing.
It seems like $50,000 seems to be a kind of a lot of money to do the crack ones. Like, I don't know, is that many crack ones? Like,
Well, it's also, there's also above and beyond Wyville, that's a good chunk of them is in the Wyville on concession 5 east and west. But they are on a variety of our other locations. It's just Wyville will be the largest receiver of the repairs.
just to get a clarification, and therefore it's not just for Wyville, it's for all the sidewalks and.
That's correct.
Oh, okay, okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
Okay,
Wyville Sidewalk Plus.
plus.
Yes.
Rob's Road.
I can explain this one. What this is, it's a project if anybody drove on Rob's Road this summer when they had the construction going on the end of Robert Street in Penetang, it was a nightmare. The road is it's totally gone. It was part of the detour. So in communications with Penetang, who owns a portion of that, they're about $47,000 worth of the project, and we're about $60,000, and we'd be looking at redoing it. We were looking at resurfacing it this year, just putting a microsurface on it, but that detour really hammered it down, and so this would be looking at repaving the project and redoing the whole road.
Okay, Councilor Holcomb.
Yes, if Penetang used it as a detour, we should be charging them adequately, and for us to pay more from this, for the damage that they've caused, I don't know how you came up with this 47.5.
It's with all our border roads that we have agreements with our local municipalities, Penetang, Midland, Tay, Springwater. With these road agreements, we do our fair share of what is in our township, and then our plow crews, and we work out the maintenance agreements and all that. This road is also used by our residents also. It's not just because of that detour. This road, that's why we had it as a microsurface for this year, because it was taking a beating. And so it's just a natural progression to replace this road because it is in terrible shape.
Councillor Loco, if I could, I got to leave for 5 minutes,
Okay.
but I'll pass the chair over to Deputy Mayor. Thanks.
Okay. Just to follow up, so an agreement is how we came to that 60,000 and 47.5?
Yep, for example, if the road is 100 meters long and it's 50 meters is in Tiny and 50 meters is in
Okay.
Penetang, then we would be a 50-50 split. We did the same with Midland, with Marshall
Schmidt.
Road and Angela Schmidt and all those other, for our boundary roads, we have those agreements in place.
I get it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Holoka, you're good?
I'm good.
All
Thank you.
right. You're supportive? Okay, looks like we are a go for that one. All right, next up is the Mertz Road resurfacing. Supportive. Councilor Brunel?
I think Director Leach wanted to say something about it, because I just want to get clarification why this is on the funding gap, and but we also have it on our asset.
Director Leach?
Yep, thank you. Yeah, exactly, as we have it down as a double surface treatment underneath the regular project. This would put it as a paved road. The paved road definitely has a longer life to it than a double surface treatment, probably double the life of it. And so we felt that the current level of service is tar and chip, but we felt for the additional cost to go to asphalt from an asset management standpoint, the road will last a lot longer, and it's basically it's a good investment.
Okay, Director Leach, would you mind, just before, I might be usurping you, Councilor Brunel, what was the cost for the Mertz? Like, what's the difference between the resurfacing that we were doing and the addition to the paving? What are we on the hook here for?
I can help answer that.
Oh, great.
So
WCA?
the budget was, the gross budget is 355,000, and the cost, sorry, 355. My eyes are
405.
failing me. And the cost of the tax levy at this point was 72,000. So we'd be increasing it another 50, so 122,000.
Yeah. Okay. Councilor Brunel?
Yeah, follow up, how many residents live on that portion of the paved section that we're considering redoing?
I would have to look at it. It's hard when you get on our concession roads and our country roads. It's a lot of farm activity, which are very large properties. You might not have the residential density, but that doesn't mean you have the vehicular traffic on that particular road. So in rural areas, it's hard to judge road improvements based on number of homes and number of properties on it.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up, so, yeah, I just brought that up because of the discussion we had earlier on another road, but also on farming, the concession, when it's being used for farming, tar and chip is quite suitable for the farmers, farming equipment.
It definitely would be, through the chair, more resilient for the asphalt for heavy farm equipment and that type of activity. That's correct.
I know the asphalt would be more resilient than tar and chip, but tar and chip would be sufficient for most of our concessions in Tiny for the farmers.
It generally, it's good. Where tar and chip starts falling down is in wetter areas or spots that are very shaded, because to get tar and chip properly set up, you need the sun to really pack it down. That's why on the North Shore Road, that's why we're doing paving through that versus tar and chip, because tar and chip just won't last on that road because it's fully shaded. So there's some conditions between moisture and sunshine and those type of things, and traffic volume.
Great, thank you. Just one more question. Is it possible to get some type of activity on that stretch of road? Like if it's not that much, well then why are we paving it if it's not incredibly busy? if it is busy, well, let's pay it, but if it's not that busy, let's tar and chip.
Director Lynch?
I don't have the traffic count on that in front of me right now. We do know it's a fairly busy road. It's not one of our busier roads, but it's also not a lightly trafficked road. It does have a fair amount of farm traffic in it, because it does lead right out to the highway.
Councillor Walma?
Just from, there was a comparison made from houses on it to houses on Old Schoolhouse, I think was the reference. What's the class of the road? That to me is a big difference when we were talking about roads. Old Schoolhouse would not be a class 3. Is this a class?
If I had to guess, I would say Mertz is probably a class 4. Old Schoolhouse would be almost unclassified. Call it a class 6 would be what typically a road with that low volume would be.
I appreciate the comparison. So I personally am in favor of this adjustment. Thank you.
Councillor Logan?
Yeah, can we defer this till next Thursday? I'm gonna go take a drive and see for myself. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Brunel?
Now, through you, Chair, Class 4, are most of our Class 4 roads in the Township of Tiny tar and chip or paved?
Director Lynch?
Through the chair, I would say at this point, we're working towards more paved roads we're trying to work towards more paved roads than tar and chip, to be perfectly honest. It does last longer from an asset management. Tar and chip is starting to get a little more, it is less expensive than asphalt, but it's starting to get more and more expensive. We're doing less and less, as you noticed each year. It's just a couple of kilometers of tar and chip, and the vast majority is asphalt.
When we want to do, follow-up, want to do more, but right now, as it sits, in the Class 4 roads in the Township of Tiny, do we have more tar and chip than paved, or do we have more paved than tar and chip, as it sits right now?
And that's a fair question. I would say just because of the total inventory that we do have, we probably have more that are tar and chip, only that they are a lot older and require replacement.
Wait, thank you.
CEO? Sorry.
Once you're done this debate before you go to the next item.
Okay. Councillor Brunel, are you
I would be more in favor, like what Councilor Holoka says, maybe.
deferring? All right, we will
but-
defer this one for, thanks, Ashley. All right, CEO Lamb.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for me. I can't remember what's all on the list because I can't see it. Director Hunt actually has a requirement to go to a planning-related event that she needs to go to. So before I tell her she can leave, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any items left that were planning, development, or building-related. Okay, so Director Hunt, you can slip out now if you want to.
Thanks, Director Hunt.
The only one who can never leave is Director Leach.
All right, we are on the snow fence expansion program. So we did a trial update last year. Director Leach, we're looking to expand it.
That is correct. We've had 2 locations put in place per council direction. We'll be monitoring it over the winter, and we're just looking at continuing to expand the program. We do, with this year, we've got the investment made in the snow fencing, so when the contractor is just installation now, and looking forward to expanding this program and continuing to try and make our windswept roads a little safer in the wintertime.
That's great. Council, questions? Councillor Walma.
In favor? Thank you.
You're in favor of it, okay? In favor? In favor? I think we're in favor. Thanks, Ashley. And I will turn the chair back to his worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Apologies for the call I had to take. So we move on to line number 10, Potato Court erosion protection. So. Anything to add to this one, Director Leach?
No, if you recall, this is something that came as a bit of a surprise to us. We had some shift in the bank up on Potato Court off the 17th, and this is the project that will help stabilize that bank.
Yeah, do we have any, given that it's an erosion protection, if we,
And, yeah, it's the kind of thing that you could wait a year, but we would prefer that this gets addressed now before it gets to a point. It did shift. We are concerned about it. So we'd like to move forward with it.
Councillor Loca?
Yeah, once again, I'd like to defer till next Thursday, and I'd like to go and have a look at it. Thank you.
You probably won't see much when a lot of it's underground. We've had to do some bores and to check out to see what's actually going on there. But you will be able to see the steepness of the bank and the location of what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I just want to see how it affects the public or the property owners of, I mean, it's on a court, right?
Through the chair, it's Potato Court, just as you go down the hill for the 17th, it kind of veers off, so it's between the top Potato Court and concession 17. It's a very steep bank, so it will impact both that road and our concession road.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of getting it done. And this one, that's why we have staff, right? They're the experts. And I know the hill, and I'm sure Councillor Brunel can tell you even more about that hill. But if it's gonna, anyway, 17 is already pretty steep there, so. Happy to bring it up next Thursday and discuss it, but right now I'm in favor of putting that $85,000 in there.
Yeah.
So, okay, 4-1 on that one. Moving on, community safety zone expansion. Councillor?
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
No, I want to speak.
yes. Councillor Loca?
Sure, I'm in favor. I mean, anything we can do for the community safety zones, considering the speed camera ban now, I mean, I'm all in favor. Thank you.
Councillor Wellman, then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. So I guess that it comes down to what the desired outcome is. One of the reasons why we were looking at increasing the community safety zones was because you can utilize speed cameras. Can't use speed cameras anymore. Why would we spend $20,000 on a community safety zone, other than the fact that there's an increased fine in that particular area? I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze. I am not supporting that. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thanks through you, Councillor Walma. You took the words out of my mouth with that. The whole intent that I thought was to put in the ASEs, the automated speed enforcement cameras. You can have increased fines, but as we've stated many times, and the whole reason we are looking at the ASE program is we don't have adequate enforcement for speed. And so spending $20,000 on a sign with no enforcement, it's not paying back the return on investment for the 20,000. So I'm not supportive of it. I'm supportive of people slowing down, don't get me wrong, and protecting our public. But to your point, what was the phrase? The lemon ain't worth the squeeze or something? The juice isn't worth the squeeze? I'm in agreement with you.
Councillor Brunel and Councillor Holden.
Great, thank you. I'm not looking for a return on investment on community safety, but there was a report, actually in May 14th of this past year, we had a council-directed staff reports. I believe we did receive one from Public Works at that time in May. It said we're supposed to get it in the third quarter. Did we, just to refresh my memory, sorry, through you, Chair, to Director Leach, did we get that report for community safety zone / speed radar sign request? Did we get that report? It said it was supposed to be due on the third quarter.
Public Works did provide a previous report for community safety zones and ASEs that we did present to council. We didn't obviously do a subsequent report about ASEs, obviously, from what the province direction. And because of that direction, similar to what council just discussed, that's why we put the community safety zones on the funding gap versus putting it in as a project. If we would have put the ASCs in, obviously we would have followed up with the community safety zones. And just as a side note, our two schools that we do have in Tiny both have community safety zones already there. The community safety zone in its own, all it will do is double fines from an enforcement standpoint. It doesn't do anything different. One thing we could look at going into this year with the solar speed signs is maybe use that option in those areas that we thought about might be a good community safety zone versus putting the community safety zone signs up.
Follow-up?
Great, thank you. So would it be possible to have a supplemental to the report discussing those areas that the solar signs would go?
If council so desires, we have no problem with looking at potential areas within the township for these speed signs and provide some options for council to decide on where you want them to go. No problem at all for that.
Yeah, I'd be supportive of that.
Okay, thank you. I kind of agree where you're going, that community safety zone to me is a 10,000 foot. And this should be more of a 2,000 foot, and that, that's great to say we're gonna do it, but where are we gonna put it? And, it's just one tool of many that we can use, and I think that, changing speed limits from 40 to 30, or, there's lots of different things we can do, but I'm not in favor of the $20,000 as it is right now. It's too broad brush for me, and if there was, I believe community safety zones, I don't want to start abusing it either, that we put them anywhere, I know you wouldn't put them anywhere and everywhere, but you know what I mean? We've done the schools, we've done, La Fontaine, when there's crosswalk and things like that. Are there areas that we actually need and prove that we need an actual community safety zone? Or could we lower the speed limit? Or could we put in lights or things like, or a solar panel sign, that type of thing? So until we, and I would have done, it'd be precluded on where are we gonna put it? And justify it that way, rather than just saying, oh, here's some money and go create some community safety zones all over the place and see what happens, so I'm not in favor of the $20,000 right now. Councilor Wilker.
Yeah, I was only getting at, where and how would that money be used, whether it be noodles down the middle of the road, whether it be those signs. If you could be more specific as to exactly what you would do and where and how that money would be spent, then I'd be more than prepared to have another look at it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think for the sake of today, though, it's a question of yes or no in the 20, and then Councilor Brunel has brought up a possible motion of whatever areas and what things can be done moving forward on that. CIO Lamb and then Councilor Brunel.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot in the budget, so I can't remember a quarter of the details, but I do think that even the projected signs that we had spread them over 2 years. Maybe one of the things that you do is double the amount of signs this year as we then start to implement them as part of some of these areas where we would have been looking at doing potentially community safety zones and the AES, like the automated speed enforcement. So it might be a way of not necessarily doing 20, but I'm trying to remember, I think we were 9,000. And so maybe you put a 9,000 in to buy double sets of the actual radar signs. And then we can get a report even from Director Leach later on about where are the areas that would be rotating targeted for those type of enforcements.
Okay,
rather
well,
than
Director Leach,
actual
would that be something we could look at next Thursday?
Definitely. We could drop the number down as Robert explained, down to say 9,000, double up on our solar signs, but we can come back on that. The other thing is that we'll make sure we take advantage when the province comes out, as promised, from some speed calming funding, that we may be able to also cooperate with that, with what we're trying to do here, so.
Okay, and Councilor Brunel, you had your...
Yeah, I would be in favor, just to start with the, what has already been supported prior for the 3 signs, and then wait for not just what report, but what from the province, what they're going to be doing for speed calming. So I would not be supportive for the $20,000. I'd be down to 0 for this time around.
Okay, so let's leave that one as a 0, but with the yellow on there.
Agreed.
Perfect.
Can we add speed signs to the note?
Sorry, yeah, we're just going to add in that it would go with this project so
Yeah,
that we
feel
can
free to
track it. yeah.
Update it as per, yeah, okay, good. Okay, moving on, drainage studies for, first one is Farlane Lake, the second one is concession 11.
These two, through the chair, were brought forward. Obviously, the most recent one with the Farlane Lake, we just completed the PIC. We're just at the infancy of that, so we were asked to put some monies in the budget, and then we could have discussions here. At this point, until we really establish the direction that gets recommended for council, we just wanted to make it aware that we did put something in there, but more of a TBD. Versus setting a firm direction today, because we have to see how the community is going to be responding to the Drainage Act and how we move forward with that. The second one, sorry, was based on a deputation to council on concession 11, and Councilor Loca and I went out and did review the situation. We feel it's a very similar type situation to what we're dealing with at Farlane Lake. This is a natural drainage course, but we earmarked some money based on council request to add something into the budget for consideration.
Can you start with Deputy Mayor, then Councilor Wong?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So for the Farlane Lake, the 50,000, if the residents were to petition for the Drainage Act, is this our portion? Is that the money, is that monies that we're earmarking for our portion? Because I know we have a responsibility as well, should 50% of the residents that are impacted bring that petition forward.
This was very high level estimate if we had to do a very high level study of the lake.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
not, it wouldn't be tied to, I don't want to confuse that this would be the fee or what our portion of the Drainage Act contribution would be.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilor Loma?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I don't want to make a decision on this. Personally, I struggle with the allocation of funds for this in general. That's not the debate I want to have today. We don't even know whether or not this is the course of action they're going to take. We do have discretionary reserves if the drainage study comes back and that's how they want to proceed. So we can then have the debate as to whether or not to move forward with the drainage study out of use of reserves in the future. So I don't support this. Thank you.
Coop? Councilor Brunel?
I agree, thank you. For the $50,000 for a report, is there going to be any duplication? Like, because I think there's been lots of reports in the past about this. That's my first question. Like, are we going to come up with new information if we spend the $50,000?
Director Lynch?
Thank you, through the chair. With any study in these areas, we do go through our archives and see what historical information has been gathered already to date, and we do supply that to any consultant that would come in and do these studies. There has been a lot of studies on there, lake quality, I've read quite a few of them, but that would be background that would assist with a further engineering study. But these do take a lot of ground truthing that people have to do as of today. The lake has changed a lot, as you can see in the last 20, 30 years. So they'd have to redo a lot of the calculations, but there's a lot of good information that's historically gained already that would assist in a future study.
Councilor Brunel?
Yeah, just a follow-up. Great public information center that evening, so thank you very much for that. It was very well done. So the costing, is there going to be solutions on this report, with actual costs of the solutions on this report?
For this report, it would not have a lot of that type of detail. It would be extremely high level. Just getting a lot of, like I indicated, a lot of ground truthing, understanding what type of hardscaping we're dealing with, how many properties are actually involved. We have different climates now than we did 30, 40 years ago. So there would be still a lot of extra work, but again, it would be high level. It wouldn't be looking at a lot of detailed solutions for the lake. Maybe more the hydrogeological type studies.
And, okay, thank you. And through you, Chair, again, one more. So in your opinion, this would be beneficial for the residents at Fairlane Lake, especially the lakefront, to decide if they were going to do a petition or not? This would probably be very helpful for them to decide if they're going to do a petition.
It would be an item, I don't think it would provide the answers of how much it's going to cost each individual property. I think it might give just a high level on how the watershed, for example, the area that's impacting the lake levels would be determined. But I don't think it would provide them with a lot of cost confidence in moving forward.
Yeah, great. But you did mention that it'll identify how many properties are being affected on that, when the water level is so high. Which properties, how many?
Well, the affected, when I talk about impacted properties, as you recall, there's the outputs and there's the benefiting properties. The outputs would be all the properties in the area that are contributing to it, and the benefiting properties are the ones on the shoreline. And not all 225 properties on that shoreline are impacted by the high levels. So it may help out a little bit on that, but I think what's going to look at more the hydrogeological study of the lake itself, which is this study that I would be looking more for the results of that.
One last question. When's the last time, was there ever been a hydrological study there? If so, when's the last one?
I've seen some detailed reports. I would say we had some back in the 90s, but I wouldn't have a lot of confidence on anything that I've seen from that long ago. And not that the reports were bad back then, just so much has changed between then and now.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Loca.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I would like to park this until we basically see what the residents, if they do go through the Drainage Act, if they don't, and we can take it from there. But until, as of right now, I'm not prepared to make a decision on this. Even though I support something being done there, and I support the residents that are going through some difficulty, but we don't have enough information right now. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we had a whole PIC about it, and we explained the facts, we explained the process, and we explained possible next steps. And we have a procedure in place. It's called the Drainage Act. And today, we're here to decide if we want to spend $50,000 on a drainage study. I'm not in favor of $50,000 in a drainage study because we have the facts, we have the processes, we have the next steps. So, and, you know, in terms of the budget, yes, if someone, if the community, and as I mentioned in the meeting, the entire community decides that that's what they want to do, then of course we'll work with them and we'll support them in any way we can. That's what we do, we represent everybody. But right now, in terms of just sitting here and looking at $50,000, I'm not in favor. Okay.
So it looks like the majority is not in favor, so.
The majority's not in favor, no. So leave that one empty. And then concession 11, that was for Farnline Lake. Concession 11 Creek, anybody want to kick this one off?
Same thoughts.
I had the same thought, so I'll just jump in right there. So I don't see any difference, and we have to follow rules and procedures, and we have rules and procedures in place, and that's what we interpret and act on. Councilor Bernal.
Are you, okay, so for number 13 right now, right, concession 11? You're not in favor of 10,000 for this?
I am not, no.
And is that consensus of the,
I'm not in.
okay,
I am.
me too. But I guess it's 3-2, so, or we can defer it to Lyon. It's okay. We got a problem there, and we got to do something about it. I'm not quite sure why we just don't spend the 10,000 to try to rectify the situation according to Director Leach recommendation.
We can help them though, Councilor Bernal, because we do have a process and a procedure in place. So it's not up to us to go and start, we have a Drainage Act, we have a process that they have to get involved with and enact, and then we move forward on if they want to do it. But we're not, you know, in my mind, and per this, me as Dave Evans, I'm not going to spend $10,000 of tax money for something that, we already have we have a process for them to follow. So, no, I'm not, in terms of the entire community, I'm not in favor of supporting this. Councillor Wama and then Councillor Fidel.
I agree with your worship. The water is to be dealt with on each individual's property. We have lots of people that have purchased beside water courses, beside the bay. I'm on a wetland. If I needed a water study to find out why I was having flooding on my property, I wouldn't expect the township to come to the rescue and fund that. And I have that same expectation, I think, across the board, which is why I won't support it. Thank you.
Councillor Fidel, please.
Thank you. So it's performing a drainage study on the water course that runs through lots 14 to 17, concession 11, further information pending request, council report. So through you, Chair, to Director Leach, what's the next steps for the residents there, like to ask for a PIC or just ask from you to get the drainage and superintendent involved? Like what's the next steps for residents?
Through the chair, that's what I would recommend. This is a drainage course. We have them throughout the township. I will say other properties that have developed on drainage courses that had building permits, for example, did build in their bank stabilization in order to protect the property and maintain their setbacks to those types of features. This is not a new feature. It is a natural feature. And so that's what I would look at, them following some process like the Drainage Act and find out what the contributing properties are to that drainage, and then decide from there how we want to move forward.
So follow up, so what exactly is the recommendation, to do the report or not to do the report?
Personally, I think it's up to the residents to approach us if they would like to follow that, to address the issue. Then we can look at it from that standpoint. And we'd be contributors. We have the road and it's part of our drainage, so the township would be involved, but to what extent would need to be determined through the proper Drainage Act studies.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're good? Okay. Nothing there. Moving on to parking machines. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Given that it looks like it's the current machines that we have are just getting aged out. I know I'd already asked a question of our clerk to figure out whether that initial cost for concession 5 includes that one-time kind of capital cost. I'm thinking for $35,000, I'm thinking bolting on some more parking spaces. People have cell phones, they can do the QR code. It seems like everywhere else does it now. We're kind of slow to the show on this one. Instead of investing $35,000 for a few years, we just bolt on at a lesser cost. I'm not saying that we don't do it, just saying, how do we integrate it to the plans within concession 5 as well?
Okay. Comments? Councillor Loca's in agreement, so that's a negative with the direction to tie it together with concession 5. A little bit higher up there, I can't read it, but, okay. Councillor Boudreau?
Yeah, I just want to get clarity on the direction. So we want to replace all the parking machines, like with just going with the app?
3.
But the direction for future is eventually phase out the machines?
That's their direction, is to phase out and move to a online system, similar to the one that we're anticipating for concession 5.
So I think we need to possibly defer this or something, because that's a pretty big change of course of direction. I personally, I would like to see parking machines still exist, at least 1 or 2 per location, for the ones who do not have apps or have difficulty with them. So I would defer this a little bit for further discussion on Thursday.
Okay. Councillor Wong, please.
Sure. Thursday.
Thursday? Okay. I'm Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Happy to defer to Thursday, though I would have a question and would like to give staff enough time to prepare. Based on 3 parking machines, it looks like they cost about $7,000 apiece. Could we get some information as to the revenue generation, taking into account the transactional fees that we pay for people using credit cards, debit, as well as cash handling, to find out what the actual return on investment is for each of these versus going to an automated scan the QR code thing, because I think that is more cost efficient personally, but let's have the facts and figures for a more fruitful conversation on Thursday.
But, yeah, just to your point, it'd be almost $12,000 each.
Oh, sorry, $12,000. I was thinking 5.
He's tired.
He's tired? He's an HR guy.
I was thinking there were 5 parking machines. I should put on my glasses, it's actually 3.
Okay,
Sorry.
so we'll put that one on hold, and we'll get some further direction on, for next Thursday for that.
It's after 4:30.
It's after 4:30? Okay.
Yeah, I do think that's
Buy
the
some
end
for
of
middle
the
of-
list, and everything else that was on the list was deferred to further conversation on Thursday, I think, if I see it right.
Okay. Everybody good with that? Okay, good. Deputy CAO, anything else before I move back to the regular agenda here?
And not from my end, no.
Okay, council, anything to wrap up? No? Okay,
Lots of work to do Thursday.
still got lots of work to do Thursday, but, Madam Clerk.
Can I just seek clarification? There was a discussion regarding a report back regarding areas of high priority for community safety zones. Was council looking to proceed with that? A report back from staff?
I thought it was locations of solar radar sites.
It was was the same thing, in my understanding, yes.
gonna get more.
We're gonna get more information on possible locations for those signs, yeah. For Thursday, yeah.
Okay,
Not a report yet, but, yeah.
thank you.
So from again, back to a process where we're still in budget meeting, so we can't actually just now recess. The clerk will advise.
No, I'm gonna go through the whole agenda here, so,
Okay.
right? We wanna close this meeting off and then open another one
No,
next
that's
Thursday?
what I'm saying. We're still, as we did yesterday, we're just recessing this meeting to reconvene the planning meeting next Thursday. So you don't have to go through the rest of it.
Okay. Well, then, why don't I just a couple things I wanna bring up before we close the meeting, but, if there's anything else council wants to bring up before we go into recess? Councilor Brunel, please.
Thank you. Speaking with the one person who's in attendance, I believe he stayed because he thought it was going to be a public comment period today, but I don't know if we want to allow that to happen or not today, but it's totally up to council, I guess, to decide. I'm not quite sure the procedure on that, but.
Again, it's up to council, like we had, the agenda, we had just treated it as the budget meetings, it was gonna start today, go tomorrow, go Wednesday, we've deferred tomorrow's meeting now till Thursday, so it was, normally we could recess, but if council, absolutely, council can do what they wish, and add items or change it around, it's totally up to council.
You wanna make that motion?
If we need a motion and if,
Well, we need an agreement, so if you'd like to propose, I'm happy to second it, sure.
okay, sure. If it needs a motion, then.
To allow the member of the public to have something to say? Sure, okay, all in favor? Passed. Okay, sir, come on forward. Regular rules, sorry? 3 minutes, yep. Yeah.
Thanks. You can't expect me to sit here for 4.5 hours and not want to pipe in. Thank you for your time, and I am talking about obviously budget, capital budget. But first I want to just kudos to Tim and his staff for taking care of an issue at Church in the Pines Bridge, which has fallen into disrepair and has been closed for several months. Tim reached out to me after we had personal conversations and said that he's managed to find additional internal financing and manpower to get the repairs done this year. So the community will be very, very happy, and I appreciate that. So thank you. Another issue, and this was on my list from moment one, was about the water station in Penetang and how it's been problematic over several months this year. Only the left side really works. The right side, you could.
Palm Beach. Palm Beach.
I'm sorry?
You said Penetang.
Did I? I apologize.
No, I know what you're saying.
Perkinsville.
We understood. I just want to make sure everybody else
Yeah,
knows it.
and that, the left side has been working great. The right side, not so. I mean, you might be able to get a cup full out of,
Never know.
in a minute. So it really hasn't functioned well, but, and Mr. Leach and I have been talking about this, and I put in a request to have a work order to repair the right side one. And he's been very accommodating. However, today's meeting, when I hear plans of starting to charge local residents for use of that, any potential future solution, that is just an unacceptable direction to go in. We have so many properties that have dug wells that are not potable, and that residents, many senior residents, rely on that water, and to start charging for that, where one would consider, and I heard Councillor Oloka and Councillor Walma also comment about basic core services and how they should be provided. We need clean drinking water, and that is a basic right for our citizens, our taxpayers. We don't have a lot of, arguably, and excuse me, we don't have a lot of services that are provided directly to the individual resident. We have garbage collection provided by the township or by the county. We have terrific road maintenance done, particularly in the wintertime, and arguably in the summertime, potholes are always a contentious issue. But having water available where you don't have a potable water source is, I would argue, a right of the residents here for what we pay in taxes. The usage isn't that high. I would fight tooth and nail if we were to have a user fee associated for residents. So I just want to go on record as saying that, and I do concur with the aspect of improving the location to some degree, but I agree with some of the comments made by council in that repair the right side, put a heat trace in there, put some snow fencing or shelter around, just like you might do for the Johnny on the spots down at the beaches to keep the wind off people's faces. It works great when both pumps are working, but provide some kind of a windbreak, minimize your cost, and keep the taxpayer and those who depend on water happy and able to continue living here, especially in the wintertime. And I just want to make another general comment as it relates, well, two actually, and I try to be brief. Thank you for your indulgence with my time.
You're at 3 minutes already, so
Yeah.
hurry up.
Yeah, I know, it's been a long day. The process, the capital justification or rationalization process needs, in my judgment, much improvement for council to be able to make informed decisions. You're given this documentation just slightly in advance of asking to approve it, and we're talking millions and millions of dollars here. What you don't see is enough data. You don't see photographs of the item or the location. You don't have, in some cases, and it's been evident here, that you don't even know potentially where a certain spot is. I don't know, Potato Court or Potato Hill or whatever you call it. As an example, not everybody has had the chance. Councillor Holoka has said, I need more time to go out and look at these before I make any decisions. Very wise. But if the justifications included photographs, something that you could set your eyes on and fully understand, whether it was a vehicle, whether it was a piece of machinery, it wouldn't take that long to include that as part of the justifications. But get those justifications earlier in the process so you can go through that in a thoughtful way, in a thorough way. So when you're spending $11.7 million, which is required for capital on an annual basis, your decisions are based on fact and that you can really feel good about when you make your decision. So you need to gather more information and have that available to you. And lastly, I'm here, I sit on the Roads and Safety Committee for the Kawaja Property Beach Owners Association. And I'm here not to talk from that capacity, but from my own personal, because I had been open conversations with Tim earlier in the season, or earlier in the year, about the possibility of radars display speed signs as part of a project to go in relation to the repaving of Tiny Beaches Road between the 11th concession and the 12th concession. My understanding that was going to be the whole section of road, but learning today that it was only going to be partial because of the drainage study. I still think that I'd like to propose to council that you take some of the, you increase your budget for the radar display speed signs. And because the association is going to propose a traffic safety measure for Kawaja Beach, which includes the signage. And because it's a jointly owned road between the township and the association, it's a special circumstance. And I'm proposing that perhaps we can do a test project down there whereby we actually mount the radar speed signs for display purposes. They are engineered and have affected driver behavior dramatically to the tune of about 70% slow down. So I would like to suggest that we move additional monies from other areas, such as any paving projects that may be delayed, into something, again, that the community can actually see. Everyone's complaining about.
Mr. Ironstone, you're at 6 minutes already, so. Please.
I'll wrap up then. I want to thank you, though, for listening to me and giving me the 6 minutes. It's appreciated. And as you can see, I'm very interested in this capital side of things. So thank you for your time. And
Thank you for your participation and suffering with us for 4.5 hours. So, no, thank you for coming out and being here today. Appreciate that.
And no questions?
Comments, questions? Councillor Loca has one for you.
Yeah, we're returning on December 11th. And, you may have another opportunity, or somebody else may have another opportunity to finish off what you have to say. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Any comments? Council, with your indulgence, I did have a couple notes here in terms of the budget, and I just want to make them now, given that we're going to take a week or so to look at. And my input was last weekend was looking at not just, we tend to look and concentrate on cost containment and reduction, which is, of course, a good thing. But sometimes I think we don't spend enough time in terms of revenue generation. And in my world, increasing sales, more sales, make a lot of ills go away. And what opportunities do we have in our community? We don't have a lot as a public entity. It's not like we can tax, we have ancillary fees and things like that. But I've identified a couple of things, with your indulgence, if we could include them as part of the discussion. I know it's late, I won't take very long. When I look at some opportunities, parking is one that comes up to mind. Being that I live in the Bomb Beach area, I get a lot of people talking, obviously, in the 3 months that the chaos reigns. And frankly, in peak pricing, or peak timing, finding a parking spot's next to impossible. Secondly, the $90 for 3 hours is just a throwaway. I don't want to tell you how much it costs to park in Wonderland for the day. And basically for $180, somebody can park in our, and stay there for 7.5 hours. I'm sorry, 8.5 hours until they get to the next increment and walk away with a great day at the beach. it doesn't, we're the ones that are responsible for the beach. We're the ones that are here, we're managing it, and people are using our beach, and I want to make sure that they're the ones that should be paying. They're the ones that come in and use this facility. So a couple of ideas in terms of, I have three basic areas I'm looking at in terms of increasing some revenue. Our beach parking, first of all, should match what's going on in Wasaga in terms of dollars. It should be, commensurate with that. I believe we're quite a bit lower right now. I don't see any change for resident permits. Frankly, I can see it actually increasing. I know that we want to provide opportunities for low income and anybody in the community besides people that live in Tiny that don't have a permit or don't buy a second permit, but people locally in Penetang and any of the communities. I'm fine with that. I would like us to investigate peak period pricing. Sorry, like long weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, you should pay more to park at Palm Beach or any of the parks than you do during the week. I'm sorry, that's the people that are coming in. Moving from there, I'd like to, not just looking at parking fines, but fire, litter, the common things that we see, giving our bylaw people more oomph when they give these fines out. As a step next beyond that, we've talked about it in a number of different locations, is the implementation of the AMPS program. Our chief bylaw officer, I think he must be on first name basis in the Aurelia courthouse. The poor guy's there we're not paying him, we're paying him to be in a courthouse every week almost, but that's not, I want him to be out there like with his staff, like enforcing his rules and regulations. And it's nothing negative to our bylaw department. That the reality is right now that we have to be there all day Thursday to be, at the whim of the court service and that's taking time and money and effectiveness away from our community. So I'd like us to look at possible, what do we have to do to get that AMPS program implemented. And as we've discussed already, it's not just, bylaw infractions, it's planning. We can use it in a lot of different areas, and it increases our team's effectiveness. Our STR program has been very effective. I think it really has. But I do know there's a lot of people out there that are still doing it without a license. And we've got a good program in place, and I would like to see an opportunity for us to increase our compliance on STRs and to have a blitz program starting in the beginning of next year before the summer that we, enforce it. There's a lot of people that are under the radar right now by renting people they know and they don't know, or the friend of a friend. Well, but sorry, but why should the people that have a license be allowed, why would they're following the rules. Why shouldn't everybody follow the rules? Secondly, and more importantly, is we're still liable for this. These operations are running, and if something happens to them, overloading, the regular noise, the usual complaints, but if heaven forbid something happens and we are, at the same time, we're increasing revenues. So I think that we've talked about recreation. I appreciate, Josh is already working on opportunities to further increase our revenue on that side. But those are just three areas, and with council's indulgence, if we could include those just for initial discussion. I know it's late in the day and they're late in the process, but giving greater focus on not just cost containment, which is important, but revenue generation, and how do we as a community increase that and incorporate that into how we run, and frankly, make this operation economically and fiscally viable and improve, so we can use money for other things that make more sense. So that's where that's my 2 cents worth. Sorry for rambling on, but is that okay, Councilor Bernal?
Great, thank you. According to the council directed staff reports, we do have waiting from, looks like due date is first quarter of 2026 from Public Works and bylaw, alternative parking revenue sources, paid parking, permit parking opportunities. So I think we should not have much discussion about that until we get the report from Public Works.
Yeah, perhaps. And important point. Thank you for bringing that. It's not like these are, some of these items might be a little bit new, but they're not like, they're staff had been working on them already, but as part of the budget process, I want the public to know that we are actively engaging in any revenue creation opportunities that we have. And by no means do I think by next Thursday, we're going to have, new fines in place ready to approve. And if it's first quarter that we're working on this already, then that's great. And, but just to give people that visibility that we are proactively engaged in pursuing all opportunities to increase revenue, as limited as they may be, but we still have some that we can push and keep the tax rate low and hopefully improve services to the community. Councillor Loca, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through you. I introduced the administrative monetary penalties almost 3 years ago, and I have been waiting with bated breath to move forward on this like you wouldn't believe. So let's go for it.
Thank you, sir, for the support. Good. Any other comments, questions? Everybody say, hurry up. 4:56 p.m. Move for adjournment. Sorry, recess. 4:56 p.m. Moved by Deputy Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Loca. Again, I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to our finance team and to all staff. I know that all of you have put an inordinate amount of work into this. It's reflected in the presentation. That we could get through this, frankly, so smoothly in the last 2 days is a reflection on the effort and the work that you've done. And I think I speak on behalf of all of us. We really appreciate everything you've done. So thank you very much. Have a great evening. We'll recess the meeting at 4:56 p.m. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Have a great night. Mr. Ironstone, thanks for coming out, and hopefully we'll see you next Thursday.